Damn, that was quick. Hello, hello. Oh, nice. This music is giving like 1980s sitcom. Oh, you know, that makes sense. I think that is like peak 1980s. Maybe that would technically be the 90s. Like, I feel like whatever era Just Shoot Me was in. I was like early Joe Rogan, by the way. You're too young and unfamiliar with that. This is like the Bill Clinton era jazz. These bridges are excellent, by the way. You guys can't see them because my camera setup is whack, but, oh, of course, the moment I brag, it's terrible. There we go. Alright, and you want just straight off the dome, top. Alright. Balance. Prosperity. And the future card. Contemplation. So we have balance, prosperity, and contemplation. You're about to be resting, basking in the glow of your own success. It maxes. You guys notice anything different? Not in the background or anything like that. Stream Plant is still doing awesome. I haven't killed it yet. Stream Plant is vibing, doing its very best to remedy my chronic dry eye. It's a big job for a little plant, you guys. Okay. I'm also very happy to let you guys know that I am improving at Modern Warfare. Mystery. I have been outside, that is correct. Perseverance. Haven't drawn the pine tree before yet, that's interesting. Y'all are just, you can guess. No, it is not a new lipstick. I just have a healthy glow, for once, right? And obscurity. What's this one? Okay. Mystery, perseverance, and obscurity. So perhaps a question that you've been working on the answer to. Like a more like... Oh, speaking of, how's the job search going? If this had been snow, I would have thought that this had something to do with snow bunnies. Like, snow bunny skiing. But today was awesome, you guys. I went and I took Grandma's cat to the vet. There's a new Hanson vet. Some of you guys already know that, because I can't keep a secret, and then we have a Discord. Let you know when it's time to pause and save for a theory session. When I say stop here in all caps after you name at least one theory for these, we can resume. Sounds good, sounds good. Situationship with the snow bunny. Am I good or am I good? Am I good or am I great, right? Oh yeah, also we have a new sponsor, guys. We have a sponsor. I'm collecting sponsors so much now. It's actually pretty good. It is caffeine, which means it's going to be a fantastic stream. And they sent me this dragon fruit lemonade, which is pretty good. Honestly, I thought it was not going to be as good as it is, but this is my second one today, so, like, don't tell hubby. Because I'm going to be wired later, but it's fine, because I switched around my schedule, and I am probably going to be up until, like, 10 o'clock in the morning, but, like, don't tell anybody. I'll be working on thumbnails. It'll be good. This sponsorship is great. So hopefully I'll have some fun, new little things to give you guys in the future. By the way, have you guys ever seen a shaker that has like this lid instead of the annoying little ball that gets everywhere? I can't tell you how many of those I've been gifted, and I'm not a big fan, but this one seems to emulsify the product completely. There's no like chalky residue at the bottom, and it looks like it's going to be easier for me to clean and stuff like that, which I'm pretty excited about. I don't know if I'm just a fossil and this is not new technology, but I was pretty stoked about that. Because like when you have your like regular protein drinks, that little like rattly balls all over the place, and you have to keep track of it, and not the vibe. And the top locks into place way better than any of the other ones that I've had in the past, which is really nice. I didn't expect, honestly, if I'm keeping it 100 with you guys, I thought the shaker cup was gonna be ass. I thought the shaker cup was gonna be the worst part of this whole endeavor, and I've been pleasantly surprised, I guess, is my whole point with that. But we've got that going. I've made a bowl of ramen, as is tradition. I feel like we haven't had ramen in a minute. Every time I go to the grocery outlet, they are out of the ramen I want. Which is kind of... Oh, Gamer Steps has the same type. Nice. Well, whoever their manufacturer is, I like it. 10 out of 10. I think that's the first time I've ever been like, wow, I like this shaker cup. I'm gonna try the blue raspberry one tomorrow. I have a bunch of shit to get done. Today, I was outside. I watered our bush. Our bush is doing great. I netted some plants for the chickens. I have some video of that too. I am working on doing an upload stream on the Nature Chick channel so that I can show you guys what I've been up to, but they're pretty big files, so it takes like a couple of days for my iCloud to like decide that I'm worthy to see them, I guess. But I posted a short little clip on TikTok. Maybe I'll put the link of that in the outside chat just for ease of access. But it's outside time. It's outside business. I'll probably also be doing some light electrical work now in the darkness because I set up a solar light. So more to come on that stuff, but for now we're going to get into it. Real quick recap on last episode because I've been taking notes. Okay, so where last we left off, we have a bunch of dead people, low-key. So, who is dead right now? I believe... Pretty sure Cannon's dead, Shannon's dead, Tiramisu's dead, Kraus is dead. In addition to George, Jessica, and whoever was at the very end. So before the last episode, those people are still dead. These people are dead in addition to. Battler gets a phone call from Beatrice. She's drunk and horny. And then they have a little confrontation outside, which is kind of where my brain started to disconnect because she was like, I'm mad at you. And he was like, okay. And she's like, figure out why I'm mad at you. And I just, honestly, I've been in that situation so many times that I just kind of dissociated for a little bit because I'm just like, bitch, who even are you? Like, why are we even beefing right now? Like, are you even a real person? Like, I'm pretty sure the avatar of your death has already visited us. This is crazy. And then she was like, you ain't got no mom. And that was pretty insane, although I already have a theory for that. That's already been penciled in. I think we had an Apothecary Diaries situation where Kyrie's baby and his mom, Asuma, I'm calling his mom Akami because I feel like that's just like, I feel like I'm gonna fuck that name up a little bit less. So Akami and Kairi, I'm pretty sure that Rudolph is originally with Kairi. Kairi is pregnant. Then he hits it and quits it with Akami. And then she's like, oh my god, I'm pregnant too. Wow, that's crazy. And then Rudolph, the dog that he is like, I think I'll just pick the one that has my child because he's trying to air max right now since he is the second son but the third in line, if that makes sense. Because he knows Eva be vibing for that first slot. So they have the baby right around the same time, right? And allegedly Kairi's baby doesn't make it, but Akami's does. And I think that she just might have been just a devious bitch and switched that around. And I think that Battler is Rudolph's son, but is not Akami's child. Which, how fucking evil would that be? He lives his entire life thinking that, like, he broke up his family for this. And he spanned a woman that potentially did him so dirty. That'd be insane. It'd be crazy to be like, man, fuck this family. I'm not gonna be here anymore. And then all to find out that, like, you basically got kidnapped from your original family. And to think of that, can you guys imagine how many siblings he would have if he was just raised in a happy home? Rudolph be pumping him out. I dated a guy one time, he had 11 siblings. He had a very Rudolph-coded dad, and I feel like this whole heir apparent situation would not exist if Battler had come from a happy home. But I think I'm pretty sure that's most of it, and I think that's definitely enough to pop back into present day with Ange. No, absolutely, exactly. Now, my current theory on that, my theories are all out of order completely. I did a new note-taking system on here because I feel like a new app is always going to be the solution to my organizational problems. We'll see about that. But I'm pretty sure my theory on that is that he had a crush on Shannon. It's so petty. I really hope this is not the case, but my gut instinct is that she's pissed off that he had a crush on Shannon, and she's like, why am I mad at you? And he's like, bitch, I just met you 10 minutes ago and you killed a bunch of people, like, how am I the bad guy here? And I think that's his sin, me personally, because, like, sin, like, my initial reaction was like, I don't know, did he molest somebody? Like, what the fuck is this bitch on right now? But Kaza has informed me that this is not that type of game. Fair enough. Bro got dog walked in one of the episodes. I feel like I'm not wrong for thinking some crazy shit like that, but I am happy that it's not going to take a crazy turn like that. So it's got to be on some petty girl bullshit. Like, that's my theory on that. Unless he said some shit that we have no reason to know. Like, he's like, let's see, that would make him, he's 18 now, so when he's 12, he just, like, looks at the epitaph, he's like, man, fuck this ugly bitch. Like, something crazy like that we wouldn't even know yet. But those are my theories. Those are my theories. And now, let's pop back on to our little yachting adventure. This is pretty good. I really should not be drinking this as fast as I am because I'm going to want another one and then I'm going to have way too much caffeine in my system. I'm already at, like, probably about, like, a half of a scoop this morning just, like, get my vibe right. I did some pretty strenuous labor and I have not had any jitters, which I'm really happy about. And then, it's honestly, it's way smoother than I thought it was going to be, too. Like, I thought this, guys, I was so prepared for this to be overhyped ass, but it's actually pretty good. No, that's what I'm saying. I even did a bunch of outdoor labor, and I was, like, still fine, so. Oh, no, Kaza, maybe I'm just built different. Me on 100 milligrams of caffeine, just, like, losing my mind. I had 120 in one sitting once, and that wasn't great, but. This has considerably more water to it, though. so locked in right now.
六軒島ですかい。すべての始まりで、すべての
This is
旅
gonna
の
be,
終
this is
着
gonna be
駅
crazy.
で
I'm
は
so ready for this. This is better than a telenovela. Watch, the Mexicans are gonna come for me right now. They're like, oh my god. Don't even at me if you haven't listened to the entirety of Cook and Cast tomorrow, okay? I know balls.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
うん。六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
Oh, and also Angie was tweaking out at this captain guy's house. Remember that? That's probably
六軒島そのもの
a
に
note for later.
誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですね。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
Exactly. Your mistress should never be kept in better accommodation from your wife. That's just asking for
限
trouble.
られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。
I like the background music. I think this is how we had it before, but I think we just have to recalibrate the sound every now and then. Especially since OBS likes to be on some fuck shit. Kenzo, the butler. Very small enough to be able to surface. Okay, just so I don't
島浦のもう一つ
miss
の隠
anything.
さ
I
れた
love
船
this
着き場。
backwards and I love this fast forward rewind business.
もう一
It's
つの
probably my
隠
new
された
favorite
船着き
feature
場。
on here that I just figured out that we've probably had access to since the very beginning.
六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
六軒島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですね。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
限られとる。金蔵
Me
さ
when I
ん、
have to hide an entire
執事の
mistress from
源
my
氏さ
bitch.
ん、わしら
Two
船の
islands
関
right
係
next
者、
to each other.
高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。南城診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにか
Nanjo
く知っている
also
人間
very
はわずかだった。
suspiciously was being very nice to the goats
もう
last
一つの屋
episode,
敷
and I
に
was
つい
like,
て教えてください。
no way you know
クワ
that
ド
old
リア
man
ンちゅ
this
う名
long
前
and
の
you're
お
not
屋
in
敷
on
があ
all
る
his
とだけ
dirty
は
work.
聞かされとった。わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが、
Probably by design, the less people that know
船
about
着
it,
き
the
場から
better.
は見えないくらいに遠いということですかね。
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワド
Yeah,
リ
the
アンに
whole
つい
part of
て
it being a
は
hidden mansion
あ
is
の
that people
島
don't
の
know
最
about
高
it.
の秘密だった。
Hello, hello.
クワドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか。
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはない
Are
わけ
we
ですか。
trying to introduce a Kenzo
20年
cross-dressing
近く出
plotline?
入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
20年ゆうってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえな。
だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。今からだいたい30年前だから昭和43年頃だったと思う。
ぷっつりと。
Or if I bumped down my mic audio. Is that better? Ba, 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 ba. Did that boost it? I hope I'm not blowing anybody's eardrums out or anything. Good? Oh, I see what you're talking about. The Umineko is just, it's like, needs to be down, like. Ba, ba, ba. 5 decibels. Okay, how's that? Yeah, I wasn't reading my my audio, so the game was significantly louder. Hope I'm not peaking too bad. Ah. That'll offset. Okay, we'll try it. Character voice. Oh, okay, cool. See, I never have my headset at max volume because I'm autistic, so it's generally just too noisy at the loudest settings. I used to have everything all configured for like mixing down audio for podcasting, and that was pretty nice. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to go back to the logs, go back to the logs. And okay, one day.
だが、クアドリアンへの出入りは、
basically just need to go back one.
だが、クアドリアンへの出入りは、ある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。
Yeah, because she got thrown off of a ledge. That happened in this episode, correct? I mean, here's the thing. If I'm Kenzo, and I have a bitch trapped on an island, I'm still getting some of those shipments for a while. You know what I mean? I feel like Kenzo the type to put shit on autopay and forget about it, you know?
今からだいたい30年前だから、昭和43年頃だったと思う。
ぷっつりと突然
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来で、わしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクアドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
わかります。それで
ある日、源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
Kenji's back on the market. Or Kenzo's back on the market.
早い話が、ある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない。食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクアドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける
Genji,
必
you've
要
been
も
promoted. Put the
世話
dress
人
on.
を送る必要もなくなった。
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その
Man, looks like you
20
can't
年
listen,
間
dog.
放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが。
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。どうしてどうやってクアドリアンを知りた
Oh,
どり
it's
着いたの
probably in the
か。
epitaph. The epitaph is probably like, hey, here's your new stepmommy,
裏のクアドリ
and
ア
all
ンに
this gold.
陸路で行くことは
Keep her in the manner at which I've been accustomed.
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたら、おめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ回路モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
まさか、あの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
Beatrice has second wife energy, Loki.
じゃあ 屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する、例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか、愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
Oh my god, not a secret entrance to the secret
全長
entrance.
島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルをとバカにしていたところだが、愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。それも否定できんところですな。どうなんですか船長。
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
And he's a man of means with money.
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
He's taking care of some kind of business. A bow, 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 a wow, bow, bow. Kenzo's getting. You know why Kenzo looks so good? He's getting his steps in. That's why.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう、
Here's the thing.
天草。
He probably could have put an elevator in, but I feel like he's the type of guy to take the stairs.
ま
Keep himself
そ
in
う
shape, you
言い
know
出
what?
すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素。はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
察してやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
So what? She's not been back to this island since? Like, is this her first time there in 12 years? Just to clarify. Damn. How does she even know where the graves are at if she hasn't been here? If there even are graves. Also, no way there would even be a hint of a footpath here if people haven't been here in 12 years. Are there still servants on the island? Like, is it still being maintained, like, to a degree? Or is this, like, straight up the day they left it? It's totally uninhabited. I feel like we've been here before in, like, the Beatrice. Can you imagine she just, like, falls and breaks her fucking neck? The entire rest of this is conducted by a ghost. I would assume that they would be buried on the island, though. Like, if you're rich, you wouldn't go to a mainland cemetery, I would imagine. Gotta have our little, gotta have our little hallucination on the hillside, I see.
無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？うん。もうすぐ来てくれるよ。
She was there. Why wouldn't she know?
私よ、エンジェよ。私は帰ってきたわ。お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶を
Yeah,
さ
the
せて
person
ね。
she needs to apologize to. 'There we go. Now I got the instant replay going. Okay.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Oh, to be an heiress just wandering around, talking to nothing on an island you own.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近に溢れてる。でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは。ええ、はっきり言えるわ。
So how did this book get recovered? I'm sure they already told us, but if Maria died, this must have just been in the personal effects.
でも、もう、そんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だから、お姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を、元の、優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに、戻そう。
It wasn't with her, okay. Surprise is not in that whack-ass purse she carries around all the time.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。
I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure it's because her mom was beating her. Like, if I had to guess why she had such a change of heart, it wasn't because a 6-year-old told her that magic isn't real. I think it's probably because her mom destroyed her most precious possession in front of a social worker.
みんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。 そのために
Sort of the straw
私は
that
ここ
broke
へ
the
来た
cat girl's back a
運
little
命
bit.
に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、
Wait a minute. Pause. Pause on that.
その姿を私の前に見せて。アリアお姉ちゃん。
かすみよ。
Oh
ようや
shit.
く見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Yeah, magic's not real. It's your aunt. I feel like we're about to witness another murder.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Yeah, it seems to me like if people would directly benefit from your death, you should put a clause in your will that if you don't die of natural causes, they get nothing. But
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないから、お上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
foul.
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女が、そんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
How dare you speak ill of Kyrie?
おばさんが私のことを話すと、いつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき。鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで、私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生、クソまみれね。
Yeah, you're being a little too forward with your aunt. You are not peers. You cannot speak to her like that.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。
You must address her with the respect she's due, or
そ
she'll
のどこ
crack
か
you in
小
the
馬鹿にし
face.
た目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろ
And
と。
she just told you she's irritated. Why are you giving her an excuse, kid?
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。
Your business is your old
私の生まれる前に
grandma.
話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
この口の減らないガキが。
Now who has a filthy
ちょいと
mouth?
お茶をしてやりなさいな。
お任せを。 口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが少し勉強させてやるぜ。
私が一服終えるまでに適当に可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Heavy as the crown. That's crazy. That's true. If you get enough money, you can do pretty much whatever you want.
私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
口の減らねえ小娘だぜ。うら！
私の人生、生活も生き方も何もかもを奪われたわ。事情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
そりゃ嬉しいわ。これからもよろしく。
Did she get Kyrie's mouth or Rudolph's? It had no chance. Just the sass champion.
あいつ、旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに笑ってやがった。私に全部を押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
だから何？私に八つ当たりすると
Wouldn't you have done the same? You selfish little weasel.
私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ。
あんた、さっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるのって。いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて？冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら 全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
Yep, okay. See, pain's a good teacher. Bite your tongue and bide your time.
ほら、立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きなら、しっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
No, actually, sounds pretty square to me.
言うもんか。
エンジ様、ダメ！こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです！ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです！
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。ダメ！
Six of one, half a dozen of the other. Call her a bitch.
エンジ様のバカ！どうして天草
Her
を置いて
goons
きた
will
んです？
her goons will respect you as you have your vertebrae all broken at once. They'll be like, God damn, that was tough. Crack. Hey, maybe you could cut her in on the gold and have her murdered along the way. Man, you guys are really kicking the shit out of your only hope to find the gold. Oh yeah, that's right. You should build your enemy a golden bridge, tell her how similar you guys are, and how really she's kicking her own ass. Let's see how that goes. You know, you and I are not so dissimilar. I imagine you too got your ass beat a couple of times for somebody else's misfortune. You and I are like sisters more so. I've always admired you. Hated you, but admired you. You're a tough bitch.
私が怒っているということは、きっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたんだろう。なら、その
I
悪い
also
こと
lived
が
in the
問題な
shadow
の
of
で
a
ある。
bitch that disowned me.
何をしたかなんて今さら思い出せなくても問題ない。
Not everybody can be so lucky. My aunts are pretty dope. Mothers, however, the mother-child wound of this channel will never be healed. I'm certain of this. I want to know what their mother was doing this whole time. Like, I know that the kids' mom died at least by the time that, Rosa was in middle school. But, like, where has their mom been this entire time? You know what I mean? She's just, like, a completely absentee character. Dead, but for how long? Like, did she die, when she gave birth to Rosa, did she just die? I see. So we have a bit of a Disney mom situation here.
私に何か文句でもあるの？
Actually, so one thing to note that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. So if you just don't play their crazy games, it actually makes them more angry. Because when you fight and argue with them, they feel justified and emboldened to continue to abuse you. So if you're just like, oh, why are you such a useless child or whatever, and you're just like, well, I mean, apple, I know the fruit, but I know the tree by the fruit it bears, you know what I mean? I think that's like a decently old insult. And then they're just like, oh, and then they like lose their mind because they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that you would call me on my bullshit. And now their brains all lit up, and they're just like, there is a mixture of shame and shock and surprise all swirling in one. And because they lack emotional control generally, they just lose their minds. Whereas if you're just like, oh yeah, whatever, like it'll piss them off, but also, like, I mean, they don't necessarily know how to play a game if there are no pieces on the board, so. Yeah. There's really nothing you can do. I mean, a lot of the times, you know, these dynamics are just better if the other person isn't in it, but, very rarely is that a situation that is able to be achieved. Runts, hey there, little buddy. What's over here, Runts? It all circles back. Like, when you're abusing people, your problems still continue to be your problems. Like, it doesn't fix any of those things. It just creates new enemies for you. And eventually you'll get old. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like a good rule of thumb is to treat people the way that you would want to be treated, because you never know when you're going to have to withstand a siege with those people. And if they might poison you rather than share a loaf of bread with you. You know what I mean?
あら？何？私のことが見えるの？
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。
Greed, yeah.
人間の分際で魔女の私が
The
見える
greed
わ
is
け
what
ね。
made her evil, but it also is what lost
そ
her
の
her
目つき
husband
は
and her
何だと言
son.
いたいわけ？私が憎い？
I wonder if she ever came to terms with that in her age.
憎
Or if
い
she
わ。
was just, like, to the bitter end, just
少し違う。
convinced she was in the right.
悲しく思える。
Like, truly in her heart, not what she says, but, like, in her heart, if she believed that it was all worth it. I personally don't think so. I feel like when you find your person, that's worth way more than...
憎まないわ。
And don't get me wrong, money solves a lot of
エ
problems,
ヴァおば
but
さんの憎し
you
み
have
は
all the money in the world and it's still kind of a shitty life. Like,
私は
if you have no
憎しみを断ち切
connections
る
with people, it's
エ
kind
ヴ
of a
ァおばさん
hollow
の苦しみを
existence.
受け止めそれを払って捨てるの。
No man is an island, despite the fact that you can, in fact, buy an island.
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？こいつ頭大丈夫？っていうかへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば
Beatrice, anybody ever tell you your hat is whack?
もっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。顔とかはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎い。憎いでしょ？私もよ。
I mean, you mostly seem to serve as an inconvenience to her, but, I mean...
Hora, スマデラかすみ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが、今度はこっち側にいるのよ。愉快でしょう。立場が逆になるのは。
本当に。
Oh my god, is this a shared hallucination?
なんでそんな顔ができるのよ。エンジェ、泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ？
そうそう、泣きたいに決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
Oh my gosh. I'd rather die than have to listen to a lengthy, emotional back and forth from an emotionally stunted woman.
ごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
Like the whole like you want to cry trope. It's like just give me the gun. Like you're gonna make me suffer through your 3-act play about how hard your life is. Like either be the boss or don't. Like, you know what I mean? This is underling behavior. And actually this petty display here disgusts me. You're not making a cold calculating speech. What is this, a child in her mother's robes? Get over yourself. You knocking on 40 and you're still being like, oh yeah, beat up this little girl. Like, are you still 16 in your head? All this power, all this responsibility, and still you're a child? Ridiculous. Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel like there are people that are in positions of power that are actively taking out their childhood frustrations on people, but it looks very different. Like, don't be so heavy-handed in it, you know what I mean? Like, some of these things are done in the shadows so that you can have, like, the plausible deniability that you're not, like, a stunted adult, you know?
スマデラかすみ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
許せないわよ。まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ。もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。ほら言って。叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジェ！
Imagine beefing with a child also is so funny to me. Like, why would you beef with a child? They're not your peers. Like, they're not your peers. You mean to tell me that you've chosen a rival that's more than half your age? Why would you do that?
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ、死んだ家族への花でしょ？エンジェ。
This is so childish. Honestly, it would be tough for me to not laugh at this woman, and that's how I would get my ass beat.
あら、 この
It's just
程度
like,
じゃ答え
what
な
are
い。
you doing?
ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。
Sometimes, like, sometimes adult bullies are just so funny, it's hard to, like, it's, like, ridiculous. What are you talking about? This is the most grade school shit ever. Woman, you run a Yakuza family, and you're just, like, crazy. Just get her arrested or something like that.
読ん
Like,
じゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
oh man, the witch guy's gonna be real mad if this gets destroyed.
この本はエンジェにとっての大切なも
Oh,
のでし
see,
ょ。
also you played your hand.
大
Just
切
to,
な
like,
ものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。
see,
あなたがそれを
perfect
一番
opportunity
よく
to
知っている
manipulate
でしょ。
to manipulate your enemy. Just be like, yeah, I mean, throw away one of the only clues to finding out where the gold on this island is. Like, you're so driven by wealth. Like, yeah, sure. Let's throw away the only blues clues we have to finding 10,000, however many pounds of gold it is, guys. Don't, 10 tons, do 10 tons of gold.
返して。
I'd be like, hey, you goons, you really okay with your boss throwing away the instruction manual for finding 10 tons of gold?
けなしてやりなさい。
I don't know how much you guys get paid in a year, but it seems a little
そういう
wasteful
踏
to
みにじ
me.
られる苦痛を
And that's
教
tax
えて
free,
やるの
homie.
よ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。何これ、恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこ
Oh,
ともある
perfect.
けれど。
Actually, let's team up and
こ
get
れ
this
はちょっ
gold.
と行き過ぎ
Maybe
じゃ
it'll be a
ない？
bonding experience. I'm sure I'll fucking hate you still after the end of it, but at least we'll have 10
あれでしょ。
tons of
アニメ
gold.
とかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変
Come on, let's
身
be
するや
practical. Let's
つ。
make a deal here.
ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
We all worship the almighty dollar. Let's make a transaction here. You don't have to be friends with your partners. I'm sure you have plenty of business partners you can't stand. You being my first option. You gotta figure out her pain points. Her pain points are, I don't know, being lesser than.
何これ。
Imagine being the heir that finds 10 tons of
空から
gold.
飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。
Regain your honor and get off my back.
何々？お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。何これ。痛い。
It's like, God, what's your annual salary to deal with this cackling hag? Am I right? I'm getting, like, just absolutely just beaten to shit. Oh, they'd be laughing. Yeah, imagine them laughing their way to the poorhouse when they realize just how much richer I am than them. And how much richer I will still be when I find the gold.
それはお気の毒。
I bet I could pay them to sell me their organs just to throw off the side of this cliff with that kind of money. I want all of your left kidneys. I got money like that. Y'all are gonna have to lay off salt for the rest of your lives, but you know what I'm gonna have? The sweet taste of victory. Which I can still digest, because I have both kidneys.
This 晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。
I just feel like these are coded messages, you fool. Do you just keep around a random child's diary? Of course not. I seem like the sentimental type. It is fun to rip things out of books, though. We'll say that. I don't know. I guess it depends on the paper. If you get a bunch of paper cuts on it, then it becomes the least favorite activity of somebody starting a fire. You're just being guided by the vengeful spirit of a washed up bitch. It's now we find out that dot on her forehead isn't actually makeup or anything like that. It's a sniper rifle. Just her in the scope from thousands of miles away. My distance math ain't great, you guys. I'm doing my best. Right? Is the secret recipe trauma? Without love, the trauma can't be seen? Did I crack the code, you guys? Pause. Oh my god, now she's beefing with a 9-year-old? Wow, that's embarrassing as a grown woman. Yikes. Maria is cringy and we hate her, but like, ugh. Imagine being this rich and powerful and taking time out of your day to be like, man, fuck this dead 9-year-old. Like, crazy. cringe. She live studio audience, or she laugh tracked her goons. Ugh. That's pretty cringe, you guys. Now you made the cat boy cry. I don't think ever in my life I've needed a sentient sword. Or, well, sword is a bit much. A sentient dagger, I guess. Or a cat boy. Not one time in my life, I don't think, have I needed either of those things. A cat that is a boy, yes. But a sentient cat boy, no. No, I don't think I've ever needed one of those. Their logic is flawed, that's all I'm saying. Did she think this was her diary this whole time? I got my friends Smith and Wesson. Pow, pow, pow. Yeah, where are those bunny girls when you need them? Imagine she just pulls out the blick. Just, that'd be crazy. Old West style shootout. Kenzo would love that. R.I.P. Kenzo. You would have loved SpaghettiO westerns.
本当にかわいそうな子よ。
この子ね、あんたは。いいわ。これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なに？このカラフルなページは。なになに？ 大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。やめて！そのページだけは！この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。本当に簡単な呪文よね。
いいわよ。やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
What?
これがね、呪文なんだって。
Oh, that's so sad.
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば。
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. I hate it so much though. Oh my god, you guys, she's literally stimming while her mother is abusing her. When she's uncomfortable, she makes that noise. I hate it. I change 0 of my opinion about that phrase. Ugh. Hate it. Crazy.
その魔法だけは汚くないで。
Yeah. I blame child services, okay? They literally witnessed her mom straight up just like crazy style abusing her, and they were like, this will sort itself out. Rosa cared not even a bit to ask why. Well, that's, yeah, that's somebody else's business. That's certainly not Rosa's business why her kid's making a bunch of noises. Like, knock it off. Oh my, what was she supposed to do, read her diary? That would be an invasion of this child's privacy, surely. That's so sad. Oh, that's gonna make me really upset watching episodes 1 through 3, but I'm gonna be honest, guys. I hate that this has gotten all the way to episode 4, and of course, I'm like, poor Maria. But also, here's the thing.
破かないで。そのページだけは許して。ダメ。
So sad. The Child Protective Service moves at the speed of smell, surely. I mean, just think about all the people that, like, this is somebody's real, not this part, but, like, that's gotta be somebody's real life. You know, I think we were talking in the group chat or whatever, where, by the way, if you haven't already joined the Discord's awesome. We do all kinds of extra stuff on there. We go through theories, we play video games. It's honestly, the best part about this cult. But, I mean, the fact that they straight up saw this kid getting abused crazy style. And they're like, insane. Insane that would be able to persist. And then, because of the time of, like, her being abused, and then that not being dealt with in a timely fashion, now she's dead on an island. So it's like, how many situations does that need to happen at before we realize that, like, that situation needs to move faster? Fraud can happen instantaneously, but, like, making sure children aren't being abused in the home, that's something that takes 180 business days at best to solve. Is it the projectile? Hold on. Is it Earth bending a piece of steel through her forehead? That's so sad. Guys, we stan Maria now. She's an autistic queen.
この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち今の聞いた?
You want to see a magic trick? Watch me make this bullet disappear. Oh my gosh, watch me remove her spine with just the power of the wind. I shove her off the cliff. Okay, alright, the Witch of Origins Maria, I'll use her full title. She is still a child and she's dead, so she can't stop me. She's also not in the room with us. You won't compel my speech. Ooh. I would like to insert in a theory that the sin Battler committed was being mean to his sister very briefly 6 years ago. And perhaps even that's why she was too sick to go to the family conference. because he low-key hurt her feelings. That's one of my theories now, since you made me do theories business. I'd like that submitted into record. It's either that he had a crush on Shannon, or that he said something kind of low-key mean to his sister. Yes. God damn it, not another Magic Girl fight. I swear I'm not going to be able to go to a single cosplay event after this because I'm going to see Magic Girls and I'm going to go in a catatonic state. No, not Magic Girls. I'm just frothing at the mouth on the studio floor. If you're willing to kill her with your bare hands, we'll help you. Well, time's wasted. Yeah, just the jump cut to her covered in blood would be crazy. It was magic, you guys! Oh my god, her with the Tide pen getting all of the blood out. It's magic, you guys! This is not a sponsorship with Tide, but Tide pens are low-key crazy how well they work. I got Huckleberry Jam all over the front of one of my work sweaters, and I put a little bit of Tide pen on there, and I thought I was gonna have to wash that, and I like turn around and my completely gone. All the purple that had been on there just disappeared. It was insane. I've never seen something work that quickly. なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度。I cast rapid fire projectile. できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。Where's Sniper Boy at? Let's turn the back of this dude's skull into a canyon. Let's go.
行かれてやがるぞ。
Magic Girl, form of concealed carry. Also, imagine being a man and having to use a gun to kill a woman. Like, what did this woman even hire you for? You're goons. Like, snap her in half. What do I pay you for? I could use a gun. Where's the theatrics in that? No, for real. Like, where's the pageantry? Where's the theater in being a bad guy anymore? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they just... Everybody's just phoning it in. Nobody's even gonna seppuku me. I don't get a second. Come on now. Like, where's the poetry? Oh my god, of course! I cast Concealed Carry. Oh, hell yeah. That's true. Kill confirmed. Hell yeah. Guys, I think it's crazy when my weapons do shy anime girl voices after they absolutely obliterate somebody's clavicle. It's like, ew, woo, I just shot that guy through his liver, you guys. Crazy. Where are the Gun Girl cosplays? That's what I want to see. I want to see some sexy Smith & Wessons at the next convention. They've got a hair trigger, but it's just two ginormous, like, defy the laws of physics ponytails. An anime that it was like people were weapons. I think I was talking about this the other day. It's I just saw it on Crunchyroll. Soul Eater. Yes, we need more like Soul Eater type anime where it's just like this style. That's crazy. What was your order? What'd you end up with? I want an anime set up like this visual novel, where it's just gaslighting you into believing this guy's got a bunch of friends, but he's just strapped up. He's just got knives and guns and stuff like that. Everywhere he goes with a posse, and then like the very last episode you find out this guy's just been going to all these places by himself and just like shooting the place up, and they're like, we have to stop this guy. Yeah, yep, she's definitely just... Oh, you can't be eating McDonald's, dude. Did you not see their CEO's massive campaign to turn everybody off at McDonald's because that guy probably secretly works for Burger King? Yo, what's your Sonic order, though? Yeah, dude's just hitting the bolt action, is he not? Or does she have the... Either she has cast Concealed Carry, which is an artificer spell, or he's cast Magic Missile from the Hill, which is also an artificer spell. Guys, that's what I call it too. Okay, I'm making magic every October with a bolt action. I mean, I feel like we talked about this when I watched that, when we watched the, it's not the peak, the Bluff. It's like, if you get a high enough caliber of weapon, it's indistinguishable from magic. Oh my gosh. You might as well be casting Divine Smite the way she's making these people see God. How are you manifesting your magic? About 9 millimeters at a time. What? Damn. You bitch. Oh my god, clip that right there. I need that. chicken sandwich, chili cheese tots, blue raspberry slush. Okay, okay, cool, cool.
死にさらせ
次サタン。
フンドのサタン、すでにここに。ならばや、今のエンジ様と私たち銃弾ごときが
I would counter grilled chicken sandwich, mozzarella sticks, and I think it's a lemon berry slush or a raspberry limeade.
地獄で後悔せよ。死ね。
Nah, guards, get him out of here.
ねえかすみおばさん、まだ魔法信じる気にならない？
You still have to believe in magic?
バカなことあるわけな
Hit
い
him
で
with
す。
the old razzle dazzle.
魔法なんてあるわけがない。そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。
I know, I like the visual that I have of them being dragged to the dungeon. That's more for me.
魔法はあるよ。魔女はいるよ。うり
そうよ。
It's magic, you guys.
魔女はいるだよ。
It's a banhammer.
そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界、幸せの世界への扉を開く。
Also, if magic existed, I would be melee only. I would use the magic to be faster and stronger, but I would only use melee weapons.
みんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間に、そなたの人生に魔法の力があったのに、もっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。
I will make one small note. I feel like as a society, what I would like to see is a significant to a total embargo, or scaling back rather, of immigrant food service delivery, and instead a utopian society where we just have more in-home chefs, where you just like have someone come and bring you food, or they like meal prep food for you, and remove this like middleman situation. I feel like that's not the vibe. You know what I mean? More takeout, less food delivery business. I feel like the going out and getting food element has been lost as a society, and I feel like we need to go back to that. Like, take and bake pizzas were so great, and now it's like I have no control over the time and temperature of the food, and a lot of that stuff just doesn't travel well. Crazy.
頭。
かしこまりました。我が主。死ね。
See, the last two don't make sense to me, but the beginning parts do. Like, the moment she has two people on her threatening her life, that's where I start to lose the plot of how this is, like, feasible. But the beginning part, obviously, like, you could do, I mean,
その魔法を信じるなら
Yeah. I mean, how quick is your reaction time? You know what I mean? Guys, I did so good the other day. I got like 22 kills on one. Which is hard because my team carries so hard that if I don't shoot people from a distance, I don't get anywhere near them. So, yeah. Like, not a bad problem to have, but... Now, see, me personally, I feel like the move here is to just blow out both of her kneecaps. Just turn those into plaster. You know what I mean? I guess they wouldn't be plaster. Just, you know, just take out both kneecaps, which, by the way, very difficult to recreate the hinge of a kneecap. Like a very uniquely problematic joint. I won't get into the logistics of amputees and stuff like that. However, I feel like she's a useful pawn, but we need to render her immobile somehow. And I feel like she'd be less heavy to drag around if she didn't have like the bottom half of her legs. I also feel like her having to be in a chair for the rest of the life would humble her a little bit.
何も取り返せないかもしれない。でも、きっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨てて、かすみおばさんにも幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。
Yeah, now that we're on even footing and you don't have goons threatening her life.
あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親のいい名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。あんたの母親の代わりと継がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちが分かるっての。殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
Oh, so she's all salty because she had to marry, and if she hadn't been in a position to have to marry, she could have just, like, been with her boyfriend. She's just mad she had to live a life of responsibility. You can't ever plan like that if you're the spare. Something can always happen to the heir. Okay, so let's say she didn't marry Rudolph, she just, like, dies in a car accident or something like that. You're still in the same position, you dumb bitch. Like, renounce yourself from the family. You want your cake and eat it too. You want the proximity to the family because of the lifestyle it affords you. But God forbid you have to step up to any of the responsibility. Like, boo-hoo. I can't believe I had to check notes. Follow the natural progression of the family lineage. Like, shut up. Unbelievable.
Mama.
強欲のママ、ここに。
ありがとう。あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから私は全てを理解できた。
Now she's just aura farming because she got a sniper on the hill.
マモ、その女を解放してあげて。そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエールの命を守れ。
はい。覚悟せよ、スマデラ・カスミ。貴様に多少の得があるなら再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ねー。
あとは、あんたね、黒き魔女。今となっては、あなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ、彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
私の姿が未だに後ろにやエヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。わかっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら、面白いことを思いついたわ。私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
Uh-oh. It would be Maria? Like the evil form of Maria? That'd be crazy.
何の真似？
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに、あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み憎んだ。
Oh, just regular Eva.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。
お久しぶりね、エンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Listen, the lever action I think is barely below a bolt action. The bolt action is just clean.
あまり驚かないわ。
The lever action, I mean, you hit that repeater on it.
さぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むよう
Oh
に
my
な
god, through the
るんだ
scope
からね。
you just see her arguing with herself on a cliffside.
たった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。
私を殺すこと。それが最
And
後の
take your toes off the trigger. We've got business to attend to. We don't have time for all this. We have to solve this murder.
黒き魔女の力こそ
For legal purposes, that
私
was
の
a
魔法
joke.
の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法
Well,
は
she's having this audio
世界そのものを
hallucination.
作り変える。
Audio visual
あん
hallucination.
たの小悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡にあんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を？半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだろ。いいわよ。マモン、私に力を貸して。
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れね、エンジェ。幸いあんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れ。あんたの終着駅がここで。
ええ、全くよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れ。
Angie, what did we just say? Take your toes off of it. Oh, that's cool. Show us her melted face.
これで魔法は十分？エヴァおばさん。
Oh, I don't like that at all. Did not care for that.
「運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。ありがとう、マモ。
Imagine just completely dissociating after all of your enemies are shot around you, and your support's just looking through a scope, watching you just like, just talking to yourself, just low-key losing it on the ridgeline. And you're just like, huh, maybe I should ask for a raise. I bet I could get paid for 2 people. This girl's clearly seeing things.
Eva おばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
This is, Byrd, whatever. Yep. Byrd Castell.
エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ、あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解した。ええ、私は今よ魔法のすべてを理解した。私は魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしてもその魔法の源泉は全く同じ。だからこそ彼女のその世界を本当に
I like her being burned.
少なくとも
I've been hitting that free rent arc pretty hard this week. Come here, renters. Wouldn't it be nice for mommy to hold you, my chunky little ones? Come here, chunk rents.
だから申し訳ないけれど
What if I promised you a snack?
私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれないわずかな確率にかけて魔女となる旅に出たのだから。ベアトリーチェを殺さない限りあなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。100億のかけらを旅して私が保証する。
Listen, one day he will beg for my affections. And luckily for him, I'm needy, so I'll always be around waiting for that. But guys, nobody tell Runts that I literally yearn to snuggle him. Here, wouldn't it be nice to be over here doing biscuits over here? Come on, my little guy. I'm gonna draw him as an adorable bowl of ramen for you guys. It's on my list of to-dos this week is to get that sketched out. I think maybe his ears would be like little egg-covered
1998年の
noodles,
エンジェだから
like egg yolk on top of the noodles, so he can be
それ
orange
は
and then the white parts of him will
1986
be
年のエ
noodly.
ンジェが救われるだけ
No,
この
absolutely.
私が救われるわけじゃないだから
Come on,
騙され
ramen
ている
cat.
と
Who
思ってい
killed
たこ
them?
とがあるの
その通り私はあなたを騙したの
でも今は感謝してるだって
Now, Byrd Castle, Byrd Castle, it,
家族の取り戻し方を
Fern is the witch of certainty, correct? The,
私は何も
she's the witch of the finite.
それを知ったのだとしてそれはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だそれは私のそれとは違う境地私に理解はできないけれどもしもそうならばおめでとう
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね
Lamb Delta is certainty.
言ったわ
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した
You know what? I'm gonna write that down so I stop having to ask you guys about it. That's the whole purpose of taking notes, is to stop having to ask you guys redundant questions. And yet, I refuse.
ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう躊躇や戸惑い差し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱する
Just in case. Show me how to spell her name again. Oh my god, that's horrendous. That barely even functions as a letter. Calm down. Ooh, pretty. I think I already have a picture of the butterfly garden, though.
Ange? ベアとエンジェだ
どうやってここへ引き取られよわらわもここへは誰も招かぬ
Oh, those roses are really pretty.
悪いわねあんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るよ私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームは進まないの
わらわは飽きたからやめたけどもうゲームは
I was told specifically to have auto on today, I believe. No pausing at all.
ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでねいろいろな遊びを考えるのエンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ
マリアそれはならぬと言ったはずわらわはそなただけがいればよいだからそなたわらわだけがいればよいと言っておくれ
ありがとうマリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人は
But this is magic and thus for not
な
real.
らベアタと一緒にいる二人きりでいい
マリアすまんありがとう
I do like the rose garden, though. The rose garden is nice.
悪いけどそういうわけにはいかないの私はこの
Yes. Let the powerful blade of reality slice through this delusion.
この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
あんたが初めて終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。
I don't like this juxtaposition of Beatrice pretending to be nice and then also pretending to be not. Like, her pretending to be nice and then her being like, ha ha ha, I'm actually evil. Oh yeah, Valor vanished because he thinks that he doesn't know who his mom is, but who cares who his mom is? You know who his dad is.
あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか、しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよ、エンジ。ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。ここでは全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんも本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。
No, no, it's good. It's nice.
ここには優しいママだっている。
Interesting. Do we get to see her? Or is it just implied that she... Oh, yeah, we didn't get to see her, which means that that is not, in fact, Beatrice. It is its own separate entity, which means Beatrice is not Rosa, nor has she ever been. Oh, come back.
何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。アトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
Maria, focus, there's a murder to solve. Oh, that's not cool.
いいよ、その名を口にするな。
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？
I don't know how to spell that. Hold on.
それは
One sec. I mean, I've only seen it written like 100 times, but... And of course I spelled that wrong too. T-A-R-O-U. There we go. I keep thinking it's Taro like Ube. Oh, butterflies, hold on. Guys, I'm so happy I made that into a sticker. It makes it really easy to remember like where the butterflies have gone.
知ってるよ、ローザおばさんが。 大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Ooh, not cool.
やめよやめよやめよやめよ。
You can't be dead if you were never alive. It's a stuffed animal.
引き裂こうとするのか。わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。
ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
それができるものならやっている。しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りにし、そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は。
ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎を蘇らせられないか。答えは一つだ。あなたが本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
蘇らせられるとも。わらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられるとも。作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
Yeah, this old bit
で
again.
きるでしょうな、あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。どうしてか分かってるでしょ。もう一度言うわ。あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめて。どうしてエンジェはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？ベアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよ。とても素敵な魔女なんだよ。作太郎だけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。だから作太郎だけは我慢できるの。
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。魔女にできないことなんてないの。それができない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよ。作太郎のよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
だから蘇らせられないの？ベアトリーチェにあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの？
ならばそなたなら作太郎を蘇らせられるという
No
のか。
one can revive him. He's a stuffed animal.
そなたの魔法ならばそれができるというのか。
できるわ。マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当？ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。本当に？
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して、私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら、この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
Oh no, guys, I think I found the infinite on this whiteboard.
そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
そう、それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女ならね、宇宙は一人
Yeah,
で
if you
生み
have
出
to have
せるの。
another person to validate your
マリアージュ・
delusion,
ソル
then,
シエル魔女同盟。
then it's not
この同
real.
盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
If you have to have a second person around to gaslight, then there's no way
マ
it's
リアを
true.
渡さぬ。そなたは嫌いだ。今すぐに帰れ。ここから出て行け。
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで
Very
秋田に
childish
追い出したり。
behavior.
なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ。そしてマリアお姉ちゃん、これが本当の魔法なのよ。
You just pull out the 9.
本当に作太郎を蘇らせられるの？
できるわけがない。ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡。
Wait, did Angie... So when Angie revives Sakataro, is that just her having made, like, her having sewed, like, a new one? Or purchased a new one? That'd be kind of, you know, people do a lot of that at, like, children's graves and stuff like that, where they'll, like, leave a stuffed animal. I feel like that's maybe perchance what we're witnessing right now, if she does produce a stuffed animal. Is it buy a stuffed lion because Beatrice isn't real? I don't know if I like the plutonium roses. Like, I like the beautiful golden roses, but they're a little too shiny. The only one in the world, huh?
できるものならやってみろ、後ろ宮エンジ！
Okay.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。マリアの親友の作太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか、思い出してごらんなさい。大丈夫。作太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、作太郎。作太郎、会いたかった。
Of course, the only one that could possibly exist given to her by the most neglectful person on the planet. Surely it was made from only the finest stuffed animal business. Surely a 9-year-old wouldn't understand commerce. Magic, you guys, and it's just having an Amex.
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。
A Build-A-Bear sticker falls out of her. A Build-A-Bear punch card falls out of her pocket.
わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。そ してわらわの魔法で作太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの。
No. Spit it out, Beatrice.
魔法でしょ。
Yeah. Wonder why, you guys. This was her final unfinished business, is getting a stuffed animal. That's so 9-year-old coded. The Witch of Resurrection goes pretty hard, actually. A grudge, a bank account, this Hugo Boss outfit. I mean, it's better than being called the Necromancer. So... Rest in pieces, Maria. We wish you well. This is episode 4, chapter 19. So, I think towards the end. I have no idea, though. We could have another 100 chapters for all I know. Beatrice is really chewing on her own tongue. I'm so happy for you. Stop being a hater, Beatrice. This child is happy. What's that? I am unfamiliar with that. Yeah, back to the game! Oh, I see. Is that the prequel to this? Where you learn about, Fern Pistol, and, Lamb Delta. No.
あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも、中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。勝って生き残るか、負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまで、あなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
We do have a recommendations tab in our Discord for new series. Although the next one we're doing is Dead Space after this one. That slot's technically filled, but I mean, streaming endures, so there's always time for new stuff. Yes. Somebody with some sort of time management skills, take the wheel, please, I beg of you. Oh, I see. I do like romance. I've got quite a few romance manga and anime that I watch. Usually can only get like a 12-episode run though, which is kind of lame. But...
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ。勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ。負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか。
My screen's so bright, I'm getting reflected off of it.
大丈夫よ。勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ卿があんたが勝つまで付きっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬ。
Favorite character, Umineko. See, normally I have all of the people at the top of my shrine board. Let's pop over for just a moment to my original shrine board here. I would say my initial favorites were Kinzo, and then I think very briefly in the auto-op. Let's actually, you know, it's been a minute. Let's do a quick tier list. Did I put it? Okay. Firefox. Episode 3. Oh no, where's my... There it is. Really? Okay, tier list. Is it gonna... Oh, okay, cool. There we go, finally. Okay, so this is... Oh, you're gonna update the tier list? Okay. Because there's new characters. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't... This thing does really wildly oscillate between the different ones. Because I don't really remember at what point Rudolph hit the top spot there. Okay, so Rudolph in the last one was up at the top. I think I just clicked remix, and that's how I do a new one, yes? Okay, so let's see here. Man, honestly, a lot of these people are really pissing me off. I think that, let's see, where's regular Maria? Did that zoom it in all crazy on the screen? Oh, perfect. Not too bad, actually, so I can finally see. Okay, so, given recent events, I would like to put regular Maria up in the B tier. Then, Shannon can stay there. Eva goes down here. No, one more, actually. Harry goes up. Kenzo stays there. Yep, all those pretty much stay there. He goes below Kyrie. He can stay there. She really pissed me off. He goes down here. Those pretty much stay the same. Rosa should be at the bottom of the list. Yep. Yeah, she really pissed me off. Yep. He goes down there. Henry, I think he goes up here. He goes down here. No. Right there probably is decently accurate, and then you actually did pretty good in the last episode. Okay, so if I don't have any more characters on here, I would put this here. What are the new characters? I don't really think we got any new characters, did we? The Catboy goes in F tier, just so you know. The Catboy goes down here. He pisses me off. I don't like him at all. At most, he would go here, the Catboy. And then, I don't really know who else there would be. I guess real quick we could just, like, tickety check on our character sheet right here. Angie, yeah, but I don't know. I like her better than Battler, but only slightly. So she'd probably go somewhere in the A tier, actually. I don't think she's S tier for me personally, because she keeps up with these audio visual hallucinations, which I'm not really crazy about. The bunny girls, I think I actually hate them. I like them in theory, but I actually hate them more than the snakes. They kind of piss me off and annoy me. Yap, I think ranks slightly higher than the bunnies. Let's see here. I think he ranks higher than... I feel like there's gonna be a heel turn between this dude and this dude. I don't know, I'm just like low-key a little bit suspicious of these two for whatever reason. And this guy, I think it'd go this guy, and then these two probably on the same footing. He gets to be S tier just because of the fan service. And then, hold on, real quick. It's just... Sleeves up, yeah, he gets to be in the S tier. Yeah, these people are all the same. I think that stays the same. And yeah, I think that's how I would list that. Me personally. Oh my, I'm like, can you guys see the characters? I'm literally looking at a small version of my screen in front of me, as I'm such a dingus. Okay, well, we're gonna give Kaza just a moment to add those things over there, and actually it's a good time to refuel. So we are gonna take just a real quick breakity break, get a snack, get a drink. I am going to refill this with just water, and then maybe slightly later on I'll put a little bit more caffeine in this, because like, why not? Let's just caffeine up, you know what I'm saying? So we will pop this real quick over to you know what, I'll probably just do this actually. Womp. All right. Now we have some extra people in here. Let's get them moved up in the rankings. I think I said I put her here. He gets to be up there. The bunny girls would go maybe here. He used to be on the same tier list as his dad. Yeah, probably there. Guys, I actually lied to you. I am gonna be putting more of this in there. Just the tiniest little bump. Just a little bump of caffeine. It's fine. Oh wow, it's already like pretty much just a little teeny, maybe just a little. Just the teeniest, tiniest little bit. I will say this, I wish it had a slightly longer powder situation. Because I don't like to have to fish for those, but yeah, this is, again, I was really prepared for this to, like, taste terrible and be, like, super gimmicky, but unexpectedly pleasant. Okay, so, let's see here, can I... make that just a bit smaller so you guys can see. What's my top fiction? Like novel or like manga, video game. There's a lot of fiction. A lot of different genres to fiction too. And now let me just organize these a little bit because that's gonna drive me crazy. So I feel like we met him. Did we meet Sakataro first? In manga and novel. I would say I do look into a lot of romance and stuff like that. I really like Yona of the Dawn, although I think it only got one season, but the manga's pretty good. What else are I'm really a sucker for Yakuza Fiance. I really like that. That just scratches an itch. And then, let's see. What else? Jujutsu Kaisen's pretty good. Samurai Champloo is a good classic. I really got into, like, manga and stuff like that from Inuyasha, Fruits Baskets. I liked Fruits Baskets. I also really like Psycho-Pass. That one was pretty good. That was a little bit more, I think, maybe sci-fi than fiction, though. And then I like Tolkien, but Tolkien's kind of a bit much. It's not really a casual read. I tried to read the Silmarillion, and I just, like, was not in a space to digest a religious text, basically, is how he wrote it. Which I really enjoyed the cheek of Tolkien being like, I mean, I could write a religious text in the format of my my fantasy world. He's such a language nerd. I really love him for that. Right now, we are reading through Shield of Sparrows, which is pretty cool. It's a romantasy. But, oh, The Witcher. I really liked reading all of the Witcher books. I still need to figure out where the frick my Season of Swords book went. I think I loaned it to somebody, but I'm pretty sure they returned it to me. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what I did with that book, because I was gonna loan that out to somebody else. What else? I don't know. I feel like there is both an overwhelming amount of fiction and also simultaneously not that much fiction that's actually that good. Like, I feel like most stuff is either a 3 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5, and so, like, the 5 out of 5 should stand out. Like, I'm really enjoying Freerun right now, but I'm not fully through the season, but, like I like Freerun. Where? I don't know, guys. I feel like this is, like, pretty well in order, maybe. We're close, aren't we? Because it's hard to keep present and past, like, sort of in order, because, like, which is, I mean, technically she would come first if we're going by, like, chronological ages, which would mean that she would go all the way to the end. I think technically he would go here since that guy's maybe older. And then he would go here. We would go here. Go here. We would go here. Well, no, not quite. I'm not gonna like mince words on that one though. That just seems like, you know, splitting hairs at that point. But here is so far the episode 4 tier list as I see it. And then we will save this. Episode 4. Does it say save right here? I can't see it. Oh, yeah. I guess I could just cheat and look at the screen you guys are seeing. Perfect, so that's our episode 4. I think that takes care of that. Pop that down. Now the tier list has been updated and completed for now. We'll do another one probably at the end of it, but get back into it, you guys, okay? We gotta get Battler back in this game. There's 3 more episodes and they get progressively crazier. So I've heard.
Battler, しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
4 more episodes. Oh yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I also don't think it would be actually possible for him to have the Urashima name if Kinzo wasn't damn certain that wasn't his grandchild. I feel like Kinzo doesn't get down like that. If there was even a hint of a question, he would not have that man's last name. Okay, yep. Back to it.
レアトリーチェに復唱要求。後宮バトラは後宮金蔵の孫ではない。復唱拒否ね。レアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
Yeah, that's also a pretty easy one.
バトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説。
Yep.
これが私の青き真実。聞きなさい。レアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かは問題ではない。すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
青き真実有効よ。レアと赤き真実での反論は赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Yeah, you thought you were slick with that whole she's not your mom business, didn't you, Beatrice?
俺は誰なんだよ。
Listen, dude. Who
あんたは
cares?
後ろ宮バトラー。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。例えばあなたにとって後ろ宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
Are they related though? That'd be an easy one. Beatrice, save me $40 and do a paternity test right
血
now.
が繋がってなくても妹だ。
赤で言って、エンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは
He was scared he wasn't going to be able to say that. Yeah, oh, it's a big nothing burger. Oh, I see.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。世の中にはね、母親さえ家族
Once
さえい
again,
ない人が
imagine
大勢いるの
standing
よ。
10 toes down for a woman that deceived you into believing that she was your birth mother. You abandon your family and then you come to find out that wasn't even your mom. You threw away 6 years of your life with your family because you believed you'd been slighted.
家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて、思い出して。
I'd dig her up.
アスムお母さんの
Me
ためにも
personally.
こんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
そうさ。おふくろはいつだって俺の味方だったんだ。ここはどこだよ。くれよ、帰りてえよ。俺の家族はみんなはどこなんだよ。
Your terrible, awful family that's all dead.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。彼女はいつまでも一人ぼっち。妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
No, for real.
エンジ
Also, imagine, Max, it censors you when you say that. And yet,
どうして俺はベアとと
unfortunately, that's now become a bit. I can't stop it. The wheels are already in motion, you guys.
残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。
Low
妹
key.
が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's just refreshing as hell. Watch me stay up until like noon tomorrow. He's absolutely furious. No, for real.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ、エンジのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。
Bro just wants to go home and play Madden. Can he just,
バトラーの
you know what I mean?
戻りかけてる。でもあとちょっとが届いてる。もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦って。
Guys, do you think if I asked if they would make this into like a little hamster drinker, if they would?
嫌だ。
You guys gotta try as hard as you can to drink 4 liters of water a day.
どいつも
The
こい
key
つ
to
も嫌だ。
immortality,
お
turns
前も
out.
嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。いつまた裏切るかもわからない。
This man is so traumatized.
赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。俺に構うな。構うな。
Oh man. Maybe this guy would have benefited from some tea and cookies.
早く帰ってきて、お兄ちゃん。
That better be a screenshot. That's gonna make me cry. No, the digital tears are weakening me. So when your brother's so depressed, you blow your cover. Max, I feel like you're completely forgetting the fact that most people would not be stoked on getting dog walked around and then told they're adopted. So that's usually most people's worst case scenario. So maybe just a teensy bit of perspective into our culture, you know? I say our culture like I'm a redhead. Beatrice, calm down. Somebody put this predator on a list, straight up. Hey, she didn't say it in red, so there is hope, Valor. There you go, bud. Some plausible deniability that you'll be able to escape this torment.
Ange. くそ。俺は何をやってたんだ。ありがとうな。エンジ、お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Yeah, you've just been dinking around with your girlfriend while your little sister's at home alone with a monster. Well, I don't know. I guess right now she's probably at home with a regular nanny, so it's not horrific yet.
エンジ、大丈夫か？おい。
No, they're tears. No. What? What? No! No! No, not for 13th reason! God damn it! No! What was all of this for? Your bodyguard better give you CPR right now. Well, maybe not CPR, maybe, I don't know how you cure death. She's like, hold on, I gotta go put some flowers on my family's grave. She just goes up to the cliff and ends it all. She didn't survive the firefight. You know Kenzo's got a single tear rolling down his cheek right now because she brought up chess. Chess and sacrificing your family for no immediate purpose?
サクリファイス、捨て駒のこと。戦略的展望のためにわざと損をしようと駒を見捨てること。
Well, guys, I guess no one solves the mystery. It's in her blood, literally. As are the pieces of the chest that Kizo is ground up and is what's giving her an aneurysm right now, surely. The blockage caused by chest pieces that don't belong in there. Kizo, stop feeding the children chest pieces. Not in their diet. It's a time-sensitive lock-in contest, and this is my opponent. Bro, how do you have 10,000 hours in a game and you're not good at it? The souvenir is just Maria's chin. It's all that I kept from the explosion. Crazy. I bet I could make cracker chess pieces too. I bet they'd be good as fuck.
Ange.
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
Ange. どこへ
Did she step on a landmine? Kenzo got landmines in this mountain.
エンジはどこだよ。エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。おい、エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
Oh, right.
わらばはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジェはどうなっていくか。
お前は知ってるのか。エンジェはどこへ行ったんだ。
You'd think that Beatrice would have a little bit more,
焼けたでっかいベン
even
チ
Orpheus turned around in the last minute. That is briefly lost on me. I'm sure I could recall, but
全身の肉を
that's, I'm blanking on that at the moment. And here's the thing, you would think that Beatrice would have a little bit of heart for somebody, you know, fallen to death and crushed by the force of gravity, you know, as she herself died in that way. And yet,
肉をついだひね引きちぎ細切れにするのを見ている。
seagulls, perhaps? Man, the seagulls at this island eat good every year. He's getting mad protein.
最後まで耐えたこと誇っている。
Man, this island is a death trap. They should definitely put, like, some sort of caution tape around it to keep people from going here.
レアとも正直ね。バトルには見えてなかったんだから。少女になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。お
前らもそれを見ていたのか。エンジェがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔を知ってたのかよ。
Seems like there's not much rope on this island at this point. Enough to drive anybody crazy, surely. I think everybody on this island has gone nuts. Is there like a gas leak on this island or something? Everybody's just in huffing fumes this entire time? That's why everybody's crazy as fuck?
妹のことなど
There's the Beatrice we know. And who cares that your sister's dead? You're dead. Okay, well if they're both dead, why can't he talk to his sister again? Is she like too recently dead or something?
無数の世界のエンジェが孤独と今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて見つめて強いられる。そんなことはどうでもいいことではない。
Just bring her back to life, Beatrice. You're a witch.
見えない観測できない観測できない真実若き真実を用いれば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。案外ルドルフの遺産でのんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
You don't say, Battler. You don't say.
Ange, お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
It was just a massive drunken dream since it was Kenzo's birthday. I mean, he is doing absinthe. What if, here's the thing, what if silly, wouldn't it be such a silly goof if Kenzo was like, put absinthe in the pudding. And everybody's just high as balls at this party. Like, even the children are just like, oh my gosh, there's butterflies everywhere. Like, what if that's the reason we're not seeing any of the food? It's because all the food has been laced. Everybody's just wasted at this party, except for some of the staff. And then things start to go terribly wrong because, you know, everybody's having a bad trip. Somebody takes the gun off the mantle and they're just like, woo! And you're like, oh shit, oh no! And then everything starts going, like, completely awry. I mean, same. That's why everybody likes Goda's food so much. He's been microdosing them for a month. Wait, no. Is this the very end? Intermingling, you say. Calm down, Ballard, okay? She's not that. Arguably one of the most beautifully drawn women. The house music on this goes crazy. I will give a +1 to anyone that can find me an EDM mix of any of the Umineko songs. Although I will cap that at a maximum of 10 if that does exist in album form. Bound by the chains of eternity, is that what Kenzo called it? I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. I mean, bars. Interesting that she says your father and your mother are waiting on you, and he just completely misses that. I also really appreciate that it said that Kenzo was his grandfather, because that eliminates my Kenzo is his father theory. That would have really bummed me out. No, I don't think that uncommon in, like, you know, strangely dynamic families like this.
そなたにそれができるか。いい。できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来い。殺し。やりにくいかい？ならばいつもの調子でいい。殺されるかよ。せめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。おお、いい面構えだ。殺してみろ、殺してみろよ。後ろ見やバカな。
Crazy. Insane. Bitch is insane in the membrane. Oh, perfect. I was hoping to see that. Oh, I have an even bigger screen in front of me right now. We stand our insane queen. No, absolutely. Alright, stream chat. It said... Hold on, let me purge all of these ridiculous, I feel like this gets a little heavy-handed, the restream bot, but it's doing its best, you know? So just tidy those up for you guys so you don't have to scroll a bunch. Oh, right. We're just gonna hop over to picture box real quick then. I'm sure we have all of the pictures now, surely, yes? Oh, this one's nice. This is the one we're gonna stay on. Cute. This is a really sweet one, you guys. This made me cry almost. If my eyes weren't dry as hell, this would have made me weep. Tiramisu in Asmodeus' outfit. Tyrion, you're foul for that. That's crazy. Okay. Please kill me quickly. Try to stop me. I saw those, but I didn't see all of the other ones. If only you had never come back. If only you had never come back. I wish I had never been born. Suspicious. If only you had never come back. If you won't do that... This reads like a ransom note, low-key. You die. Okay. Please kill me quickly. Try to stop me. If only you had never come back. If only you had never come back. So that could be in reference to either maybe Battler or Ange, because they returned to the island, whether he returned to the island. Crazy. I love how that taught me basically nothing. And yet I'm now more intrigued than ever. God, ugh! Fandom is a prison. Okay. Yeah, really love this sweet moment right here. Real nice. Okay, so that, I think... yeah, this is the last one that we ended on. Wait. And then you can click... And then... I could have sworn you could click through this. Huh. Weird. The other one. This one is from last time as well. Oh, it's this one. I see. This is the one you can click through. Thank you, Kaza. Yeah, this one was pretty cool. Dad? That one could have been a good one. Am I adopted? I feel like I thought very briefly about putting that as the, like, real quick thumbnail here, but I didn't want to do, like, too many spoilers if people, like, I don't want people to, like, necessarily put that one together if they're not to the same spot we are. I try not to make the, I want the thumbnails to be like a cheeky little inside joke, but I don't want it to, like, telegraph too hard what's going on. It's a bit of a fine line. Tea Party, episode 4. Okay. Such a beautiful garden. Now we get a little sneaky, cheeky insight into something. I don't like that. Where it stops, nobody knows, am I right? Clip that. Clip that right there. That's a good one. Right, but it said day 2, so is this now then day 3, or, you know? Perfect. That's hilarious. Maybe that'll be the clip. Oh, okay. That was an answer to my question. I was like, did you clip it or not? Okay. Waited all the previous day and most of day 2. Oh, right. So where last we left off, Battler, because we went... Okay, so in episode 4, just a real quick recap, because I need it for myself, where we left off, the people... Just bring up my notes real quick, sorry guys. That would be... 4.3. Okay, so we had... the basement gang escaped and then basically didn't. Then, allegedly they called and were like, hey, Battler, Jessica, George and Maria we're gonna figure out what, who the successor is. You guys are all gonna have a task. And then it was sacrifice, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1, your life, your love's life, everyone else's life. If you do not choose, all of the above will be lost. And then we lose Jessica, we lose George. Battler gets low-key told he's probably adopted. And then well, no, she doesn't tell him he's adopted right there. She says that he's committed a sin. And he's like, what? And then she questions his parentage, and then we still have no idea what's going on with Maria, but Kenzo's like, oh, she passed with flying colors, or whatever. And then, Kenzo gets immolated, and then Beatrice throws a fit. And then that should be about where we're out there. In fact, I should probably pick up where we left off on here. Yeah, so now he has to figure out what's going on with Maria. Interesting. So now he finally gets to confirm the corpses. Okay. So just so we get to see in the character menu. Characters. Face half blown off. Witnesses don't believe she was killed with a gun. That doesn't mean she wasn't killed with a gun. Crazy. Except he was outside, so that doesn't matter, actually. She's dead. Oh, I did it again. She's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. She's dead. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the 6 in the dining room. He was outside at the gazebo. But chronologically, he came after. What? That must be new? Okay, interesting. Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Suspected it might be poison. Okay. And here's the thing. If the adults consumed enough poison that it made them hallucinate, that would absolutely kill a child. For sure. Okay. Apparently I'm a slow writer. Maria perished in the dining room poison suspected. And that's probably just because she doesn't have any external injuries. That would make sense. Odd choice of phrasing there. Yep, probably a shotgun, I would think. I mean, check their pockets, you know what I mean? Like, see if we can find what her note said on it. Because if her note says anything along the lines of, like, you, Sakataro, or everyone else, or whatever, I would imagine her answer to that would be to kill herself, because, you know, she wouldn't want to go through that again, or whatever. Like, to figure out what the motivations for her doing all this would have been. Yeah, I doubt it. I feel like the most likely outcome of this scenario is that everyone was drugged and then dropped from a height of more than 3 feet. Maybe dumped out of a wheelbarrow. That would feel kind of like a chute, probably. But how would someone have gotten close enough to him to shoot him in the head? They also would be implying multiple attackers instead of he or she or what have you. Okay, so she... Uh-huh, sure. It seems like she was murdered with a powerful gun. Okay. Shot with a gun. It's like, how much more, to the point could you get? They were shot by guns. Huh, well... Guess it was magic, you guys. Oh, right, he hasn't found anybody else's corpses yet. Mm-hmm. Well, clearly Kenzo lost all of his guns in a boating accident, so it's not possible that it could be guns. What you guys have been seeing all this time are confetti poppers. Mm-hmm. I have a theory. I think that because Jessica has asthma, by the way, this is, I'm not familiar with asthma-related medical, business. I suspect that Jessica was poisoned, and or she chose poison, seeing no other option. Because she has asthma, her inhaler saved her somehow from a lethal dose of poison because of, I assume that inhalers have some sort of stimulant to, like, keep you from choking to death. And that is how she was able to give her final words. And then the killer hears her in there not being dead and then shoots her dead. Yeah, because he got shot. Gross. That'd be tough. It'd be tough to pull out. Okay. So just one more time, we're gonna go back to... Definitely got shot in the head. Seems pretty obvious. Back of his skull blowed out, so definitely dead. We got a picture of that in the stream chat, I believe. Corpse discovered in a... Oh, that's right. I can't see because you guys' text is on the screen in front of me on mine, but I can kind of see it in the other one. Corpse discovered in her own room on the second floor of the mansion. Her head was half destroyed. Reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. Uh-huh. Sure. And then Kyrie. Discovered in the guest room. Single hole to the right in the forehead. Seems reasonable to think she was shot by a gun. Uh-huh. Stake rammed into her forehead. Here's the thing. If the stake is rammed into the hole in her head, that actually wouldn't be too hard to remove, actually. I think all these other people have already been... These are the other ones that we need. Shot. These two were hanged. And then shot, immolated. And then that takes care of everybody but Battler. Huh? Immolate? Gouge with a stake and kill. Yeah, and also at this point, if you're gonna like party wipe everybody, it doesn't make sense to do this ritual. You know what I mean? The ritual only makes sense if there's a surviving party. And the stake had been stuck in the hole left by the gun. The room was locked. So you can't... They weren't constructed... Right. There's definitely a phone call. Sure. She's not a real witch. This is just a regular old mystery with somebody that had a lot of time and a lot of resentment on their hands. This is this seems very meticulously planned. Yeah, meticulously planned, yet also haphazardly improvised. Does that make sense? Are those different sizes, or is my depth perception just that bad? Okay. Oh, thank you for following. What's my best party trick? I don't know. I don't know what my best party trick is. Not one for parties. What is a witch badge? Is that the little crowns and stuff like that that you guys get? Oh, okay. Cool. Ew. I forgot about these corpses. Like, not entirely, but oof. Head smashed. Stakes laying next to their damaged heads. Each corpse was atrocious, having to look away. Oof. It'd be a tough way to go, too. I don't think you'd immediately die from something like that, which is pretty horrendous. I feel like there's maybe an easier way to get this message across without making people suffer so greatly. Meaning in the suffering. Alright, 1 second. So who's still unaccounted for? So she's the only one still technically left here that remembers the mistress. But I doubt an 80-year-old woman has the gumption to, like, murder all these people in such a way. Like, maybe... I mean, she could pull a trigger, but I just don't see her having the, I just don't see her having the strength in her hands to, like, smash somebody's skull in. So that's gonna probably be a no. I would also say potentially same thing for Cannon. He's just too twink, you know what I mean? I just don't think that he has the strength, and maybe my calibration of, like, masculine strength and body size is wrong, but I just don't think he has the strength to cave in, like, this dude's skull. You know what I mean? I just don't think that that's the case. And he likes her. They get along, and that doesn't seem manufactured to me. I feel like the only ones who can shoot logically would be maybe Maria and maybe Kumasawa. Really? You think so? Oh, who can't shoot? I was gonna say, who can't shoot? I was like, alright, that makes sense. So it's like, well, then it kind of leaves it up to these two. And I really strongly suspect it's this guy that he's got some sort of, like, hired by Krause and his wife, who's more trusted than the servants who have served the family longer and who are thought of as Kinzo spies. I really don't like this guy. I feel like, one, his attitude is whack for a servant. Like, he's been hired, but, like, he's been very flippant in a lot of things. I don't trust him. And I feel like he has the composition to be able to do these things. I think it's entirely possible that he's, like, maybe even perhaps, like, some bastard son or something like that. Maybe he has some type of grudge. He's weaseled his way in here. And I just feel like he's the one that has the most uncertain motive. He is just he's the tall poppy. You know what I mean? He just doesn't make sense to me in the grand scheme of this dynamic. He doesn't make sense to me. Everybody else seems to track, but he seems odd to me. And he keeps dying, like, very quickly. So I'm like, Except I think if I recall in episode 1, he was one of the people that had his face totally smashed in, which, like, we can't necessarily identify his body, and he's a more new servant. So I think that it'd be difficult to be like, oh, this guy is definitely this guy. Like, nobody has that kind of rapport with him. So that's why he always ranks so low for me, because I just get, like, weasel energy out of this dude, you know? Yeah, go ahead and see what's down there. Yeah, there's a couple of different latches that only work one way, and that'd probably be one of them. Yeah, and definitely a guy that would be able to poison these people. Like, the guy that handles everybody's food, possibly dosing everybody during this entire conference, doesn't maybe ring some alarm bells for you guys? And then here's the thing, if everybody's drugged up and he does something suspicious, well, then it seems to me like, you know, that would obscure a lot of his guilt. And it definitely makes sense to me that he'd be able to hang Kumasawa. That'd be easy. He's huge. He would just overpower her. And he would make it look like a suicide. And then he appears to be dead, right? And then he just sneaks off after he's, like, pretty well certain everybody's dead. Grandfathers and... yeah, check his feet. Yep, there we go. 6 toes. Okay. That makes sense. Everyone in the character menu? I don't know if he's confirmed Kumasawa and Goda. Okay, he hasn't confirmed these two yet. Or Canon. Interesting. Didn't he find the master keys, though? Couldn't he just open the shutter? Okay. Yeah, but why string them up? So someone had to have known they were in here. Which I'm pretty sure George and, no, all 4 of them, I guess, were the ones that locked him up. If I recall. Pretty safe to say that no way Maria did this. Right. Or it's a different lock. Go check the lock. You know what I mean? It's like, ooh, here's the thing. That's the thing about closed rooms. It's like, realistically, you can assume somebody's not changing the lock on a door, but the lock on a shutter, you just break that lock off and put a new lock on that looks similar. Like, I'm sure they potentially had locks laying around. You know what I mean? And sometimes those locks have universal keys. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you had another lock that would work with the same keys, like, those types of locks are kind of cheap. And they have, like, pretty similar tooth formations. You know, sometimes they even come in a pack of 2, actually. So you break that lock off, go in there, do the murder, you put the twin lock on there, and then it would appear to be a closed room when in fact it isn't. So I'm going to put a theory on there for this one specifically, for this locking situation. A potential twin lock. Yeah, it just seems a little unnecessary. Where's Cannon? Yeah, where's this cranky little assassin? Well, actually, you just need to make a lever. You probably pop that open pretty easy with the right leverage. I doubt Battler would know how to do that, though. He's, Guys, turns out Cannon's a welder. And he's just been using a plasma torch this whole time. Yeah, like, or like he said earlier, there's a release lever to this. They got out, and then he just stayed inside, and that is sealed.
ほう、死体がないだけで犯人扱い。疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったよ。よかろう。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわない。
Yeah, I don't
わ
think
ら
it's
わが
canon
赤に
either.
て保証する。カノンは死亡している。キリエ
Okay.
たち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that tracks for me.
死体がない以
I'm
上
pretty sure that's how I have it written as well.
カノン君が死亡しているとは断言できない。
わらわが
Yeah, it says Cannon got shot first on mine as well.
ここまであるそなたには届かない。だそなたには届いた。
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think the food's safe. You would not catch me eating a single thing in this kitchen. I'd be fasted. I mean, they probably didn't poison the liquor, unless that's exactly what they did.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き
You know,
残らせる
actually, if I recall, one of the things that you do for certain types of poisons is that you do get drunk because it. So, like, I know, for example, for one of the afflictions that pets can get if they get into a certain chemical is that they give them, I want to say it's Everclear or something like that, because then their body focuses on dismantling that instead, and the poison goes through their body without being metabolized, because that's the thing that injures them in that particular instance. So, I mean, like, in a certain circumstance, him boozing it up could save his life. Depending on what they use. Character menu. Do we get to see, like, Cannon's confirmed dead? We don't have to see his corpse. Cannon's confirmed dead. Hole. Okay. Half destroyed head. Half destroyed head. Probably poison. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Oof. What a tragedy. Okay. Wait, if I click it, does anything change? Okay, guess not. Show yourself and fight me.
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日。退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与えた。人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェの良い子まであった。
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃねえ。
Okay. So, hold on real quick, before I do this. I'm gonna take a real quick break, and then I will return with my theories. One moment, guys. It'll be like a tight 5, okay? Hop over to Yappin. Alright, who did it, Mr. Kitty? Who did it, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them? Who did it? And return to the main menu. Gotcha. Save. Come here, Mr. Kitty. Oh, is it because I don't have a blanket? Here you go, Mr. Kitty. Yes, yes, I have the blankie now. No, the vibes are good. Come here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, good boy. That one's pretty good. Oh, that's the one. There it is. That one. Perfect. Yes, hello, Mr. Kitty. Yes, excellent. Okay. So. Come on, there we go. Alright. So I'll pull up. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna pop over to What is it? Switch over to the document. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. So, we are in, what is it, episode 1? Starting from episode 1. Okay. All the way to episode 4. So, the cool part about episode 1, kind of, is that there are no red truths, I think. So, we can just, like, whatever we feel like, right, is the deal. I suspect. Just one theory. Disprove the witch's existence in any way. Okay. So, for... So, I'm gonna do this in... I guess probably just black ink. No, I'll do it in blue ink, I guess. Over in my situation. So, episode 1's first mystery. The bodies of Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Goda, and Shannon are found in the gardening shed. Of the 6, only Kraus and Shannon are positively identified. I think that I'm going to stick with my initial theory in that one, that Goda did it. I think that Goda and Kenzo have similar builds. He bashed in Kenzo's face, and then later on replaced that body, because, like, did we ever really check on those bodies again? That's why he's immolated, is because you can't prove it. Swapped. Swapped in Kenzo's corpse. Because unless we're doing a literal head count of corpses, I feel like that's valid. Listen, I hate him so much, and I don't know why, but I get Weasel vibes off that dude. I don't like him at all. Second, Twilight. And also, the moment you presume somebody's dead, that you think that they're off the table, but, like, episode 1, nobody says anything about whether or not people are in fact dead or not. There's, like, no red truths at all. So it's just literally, episode 1 is such the Wild West. Okay, second, Twilight. Kanon and Genji come to check on Eva and Hideyoshi, only to find their door is locked by a chain. After no one responds, they receive bolt cutters and return with the rest of the survivors to find the door painted with a magic circle, Eva and Hideyoshi dead. Okay, that one, I don't trust Kanon and Genji. I feel like it's been very well established that they are Kenzo's spies, and whether they do or do not in fact kill those people, like whether or not they kill Eva and Hideyoshi is beside the point. I feel like that crime scene gets tampered with, and because there's no third witness, those two are sus because of who they serve. Now, for example, if it was Genji, Kanon, and Goda, that's a mixed alliance, so we have a bit of a wolf-sheep puzzle. So I'm just gonna put wolf cabbage. Now, I don't have to prove who killed Eva and Hideyoshi, but I do disprove the fact that that was like a locked door, because I just don't feel like that's a locked door. Does that count? Does that count as a theory? Okay. And then for the 4th and 5th Twilights, Cannon's body is found outside a boiler room along with a burnt corpse, suspected to be the charged remain of Ushiromiya Kenzo. I don't really see what the mystery is there. The assailant kills Cannon and flees. I don't really see what that is. I think that in attempting to hide Kenzo's body in burnt pieces, in burnt lump, the assailant removes a witness. Because here's the thing, I love how on everybody's deathbed they don't just say who stabbed them or shot them. That really pisses me off. They're just like, you know what I mean? It's like, you can't, like, scratch something into the, like, no arrows, no, like, pointing to something. Like, draw some kanji on the ground, you know what I mean? So, that one, I don't really... There's not, like, really a mystery there. It's just kind of, like, what happened. And I think what happened is that Cannon was a loose end because he saw too much. And so he had to be dealt with so that they could continue to murder. He's being a bit of a fly in the ointment. And here's the thing, whether he knew the assailant or not is none of my business, but the fact that I believe he saw the assailant and then they had to kill him is part of my business. And I think they stab him in the abdomen, and I don't think he says anything, if I recall. I don't think he has, like, a dying, like, epitaph. I don't think he has, like, a moment where he's like, or whatever. So... 6, 7, 8. Kumasawa, Nanjo, Genji are found in the parlor room next to a singing unresponsive Maria. Their deaths, similar to those 6 inside, are similar to those inside the guardian shed. Okay, he pretty much wordlessly died when the others arrived. Yeah, so, like, he didn't say anything, which I feel like was the assailant's whole point. Like, I feel like if they really wanted to sell it, they would have cut his windpipe, so he wouldn't have been able to say anything. But, I mean, they sufficiently silenced him, so, like, job done. The bodies of Kumasawa, Nanjo, and Genji are found in the parlor room next to the singing unresponsive Maria. Okay, so that one reads as pretty creepy, but I feel like it's decently plausible that someone could just be like, you know, be quiet or you're next. Like, you can just threaten children, turns out. And, at that point in the story, Rosa can't be identified, so I think it's possible. I'm gonna do twofold on that one. My first theory on that one is, threaten a child. This is the craziest quiz I've ever taken in my life. Threaten a child into compliance. Or 2, Maria's in on it. She's been given They're out here threatening children. Listen, I'm not doing anything. The assailant did these things. So I think it's either possible that Maria was threatened and she reverted into a semi-catatonic state, and we're like kind of witnessing this with a little bit of like kind of rose-colored glasses because she's been creepy as hell up to this point. So we're like, oh, it's possible that like she's being really weird. Or two, Maria's in on it and she's like working with the assailant because the assailant's like, hey, I'll kill your mom for you. I'm the witch Beatrice, and she's like, oh, perfect. And the culprit killed all three. Well, Maria, I don't think can club people to death. So yeah, I don't think she has the capability to do these things. And I can't remember how they were killed. Their heads are smashed in. Yeah, I don't think a child could do that. And her mom's not there. So, like, realistically, like, I doubt... Like, I told you guys the other day, it was really hard for me to machete open a bunch of pumpkins. And these were, like, older pumpkins, too. So it's like, I struggle to think of how a 9-year-old would be able to, like, collapse in a skull. So I just don't think that she has the strength to do that. Unless she has a, like, old-style, David and Goliath thing, like a slingshot. And I also don't think she would be able to wield a slingshot indoors. You'd have to practice with something like that, so I just think that that's kind of unrealistic. Okay, Night's Twilight. Natsuhi is found in the entrance with a bullet hole. I just think that's kickback. But I am going to introduce a second theory. So, I think Natsuhi, because there's no stock and it's sawed off, I think it's entirely possible for that thing to just BAM! You know, because she's, like, got the weakest wrists on the planet. And then, two, I feel like it's possible that the gun was tampered with. And it just, like, blew up, and, like, people just don't know what that looks like or something like that. You know? So those are my two thoughts on that. Then I think that covers Maria could stab or slash someone with a knife. Episode 1 done. Excellent. Now, who was the culprit? I think that Maria was an accomplice. And maybe Goda was the suspect. I think that that's possible. So those are going to be my guesses for episode 1. Now episode 2, First Twilight. The corpses of Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kairi are found in the chapel with their stomachs split open and guts strewn about. Regardless of whether they were living or dead, 6 people definitely entered through the door. Only one key to the chapel exists. It is impossible to lock the door without the chapel's key. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. 6 people definitely entered through the front door. This morning, Rosa took an envelope out of Maria's handbag and thereby obtained a genuine key to the chapel. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope I gave Maria. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside there. The letter that I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Only one key to the chapel exists. Okay. Okay. What is it, sweet boy? What is it? You're running about all crazy. What is it? Okay. Who did it, Mr. Kitty? Who killed them? Please, Mr. Kitty, I beg of you. Mommy's not good at puzzles. Mommy's not good at puzzles, Mr. Kitty. Okay. Regardless of whether they are living or dead, 6 people definitely entered through the door. Only one key to the chapel exists. It is impossible to unlock the chapel. When the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of exit or entry. 6 people definitely entered through the front door. I feel like this one is just kind of trying to trick us on the timing. You remember the conclusion they came to on this one, right? I don't remember. This is usually why I yap at you about this. I think at that point I said something about it being like maybe a timing puzzle, because I feel like they're trying to lock us down with a bunch of, yes, Mr. Kitty. I feel like they're trying to lock us down right now with a bunch of, resealing the wax. Oh, right. Yeah, that would kind of solve this problem, because then you would, so if I already had a theory for that, reseal. Oh yeah, that's right. I was telling you guys about Catherine de Medici. I kind of vaguely remember that. So, they go in there, they're murdered, right? And then she just replaces the key. She's her mother. She would have access to her child. No, Mr. Kitty, you don't need up there. Yep. Mr. Kitty, you are being very naughty right now. You're being very naughty. Please don't knock those things over. There's literally nothing up there that you could possibly want. You have crunchies in your bowl. You're just being naughty right now. Naughty, but gigantic. Very handsome. You're very regal, Mr. Kitty. Okay. Alright, so that one, I guess, possibly just reseal the wax. And then... Second Twilight, Jessica is found dead in her room with a stake in her back. Also, mysteriously, Cannon has gone missing. The room was locked. And the only key that could open it were either inside the room already or were with the servants. The only master keys are the one that each servant holds, one per person. There's absolutely no types of hidden doors. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the window. The only way to lock this door is with a servant's key or a master key. The window is locked from the inside. Cannon was killed in this room. When locked, entry is not possible by any means. This refers to both entry and outside. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from outside without using a key. I feel like this one could be solved by just 2 people. You know what I mean? Like, you come in, you kill them both, you open a window, you throw the twink outside, you lock the window, and then you leave out the door. So, this is just like a 2-person hit squad. And I think that we covered, like, hidden doors and stuff like that in this one. You know what I mean? Because I feel like this gets touched on again in, I want to say, episode 3. Episode 3 was Beatrice, right? Where it's like, oh, how did they get out? And it's like 2 people. Like, if it's impossible to lock it from the outside and regain entry or this or that, 2 people. Does that suffice? Because I can't remember who my, so this is episode 2, so this is a completely different culprit, potentially. Or the same culprit from last time. Although I doubt they would just do the same culprit. Like, they would just do the same one. What, love? What is it? What is it that you desire? Affection? I'll hold you. You just want attention? I will give you so much attention. That theory works? Okay. Then... in the servants' room, an incident occurs resulting in Shannon, Genji, and Goda returning to the parlor to ask for help from the other survivors, claiming that Nanjo and Kumasawa was the killed. I remember this. Supposedly, they were killed by, their throats being slit. The servants' room keys are kept in the key box. They're accounted for inside the key box. Entry or exit is impossible except for a single door and window. The door and window do not permit any... Oh, right, because they were like, oh, Cannon showed up and he slit their throats and then he disappeared into butterflies. Woo! I think I remember that one. Okay. The service room keys are kept in this. Entry or exit is impossible except for a single door and window. Those were both locked. The door and window do not permit any kind of entry or exit once they are locked. It is impossible to unlock the door without a key to servants room master key. No one exists in this room except for all of you. All of you refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Where Jessica's corpse was discovered, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo were in Jessica's room. So Cannon's corpse was absent, I feel like is what that states. Therefore, in both the case of Jessica's room and the servant's room, no human exists that you are not aware of, so no one's hiding. Okay. No method exists for the door by which the door can be locked from the outside without using the key. Regarding the window, no method exists by which you could somehow be locked out inside. You are incompetent. If you accept me, all the riddles will be solved. With my power, any closed room can be created or destroyed. I will make you my furniture. I keep my promises. Okay. So in this one, I believe what could have happened is they find out that Nanjo and Kumasawa are low-key in on this business, and then they kill them, stashing their corpses outside, or were their corpses inside? Because didn't their corpses, like, disappear? Or was it just Cannon's corpse that disappeared? Because it's been a minute on that one. I remember something disappeared and didn't make any sense, and I was like, they're in the fridge, obviously. Okay, their corpses returned. Yeah, so that tracks. They killed them. They were like, oh shit, move them outside, lock everything up, and then be like, oh my god, terrible, something has happened. Cannon came in here and killed them. And then by the time they return, the corpses are gone. Right? And who is in there originally? It is Shannon, Genji, Goda. Okay. And I feel like that is, we were talking about Wolf Cabbage Puzzle, so Shannon and Genji I think in this one, I think what I recall is suspecting perhaps that Genji and Goda are involved in their deaths because of the logistics of Nanjo being so large. I don't think that Shannon could kill them and then drag their bodies out, so I feel like that necessitates Genji and Goda killing them and removing them post-haste. Then, I feel like Shannon you could probably, like, threaten or coerce, but her and Genji are part of the Genji spy situation, and Goda is the wild card. But if Goda is suspicious of Nanjo and Kumasawa, then that would remove suspicion to a degree of Genji and Shannon, I would think, because those are the two oldest servants. And I feel like, to a degree, perhaps Genji could, like, absolve himself of that guilt. Potentially. So I feel like Genji and Goda are very much involved in this. To the degree, I'm uncertain. And I feel like Shannon's involvement... Shannon's involvement is, like, less than 25%. Involved. So I feel like that's close. I feel like that is sort of a ham-fisted attempt on that one. But I feel like it doesn't violate any of the methods. Because again, I feel like it's trying to trick us by being like, oh, nobody can like slip through, and it's like, well, they wouldn't need to do that if they killed the people that they distrusted. Then they're like, two can keep a secret if one of them is dead, and then they just plan to, who's the next person that gets killed? After discovering these people, after discovering the bodies of Kumasawa and Nanjo, the remaining survivors realize that due to the position of the stakes, that the other people must be dead. Genji informs the group that George, Shannon, and Goda told him that they wanted to go to Natsuhi's room. The door is locked. After unlocking it, they find George, Shannon, and Goda. Right? So that's Shannon and Goda axed. Which would mean that Genji was removing 2 loose threads. Potentially. Right? And George, you know, I feel like Genji could probably overpower George. Yeah, I always assume this game is lying to us. So, Natsuhi's room was exactly the same. The door and windows were locked on the inside. There is no fraud or trick. This means no secret passage, no hidden places. Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was closed off. Only 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. Let me say this, there are only 5 master keys. Okay, but... It doesn't say on this one that he has to have the key to lock it. He would only need the key to unlock it. So that's what I'm going to say right there. It doesn't seem to violate any of the truths in here. So I think that Genji tied up some loose ends. And pulled the door locked shut. Because this isn't the chapel. The door and the window was locked from the inside. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. Yeah, you lock the door from the inside, you pull the door closed. It doesn't state in here that you have to have the key to lock it. And you don't have to lock doors from the inside. You don't have to lock doors from... I could prove that right now with my own door. I lock the door from the inside, I pull the door closed, I'm locked out of my room. Now, I won't do that because I don't have a key to that I can remember where I left it. That's kind of unfortunate. I'd have to pull the pins out of the door. But I can do that with my lock right now. I've accidentally done it to the bathroom a couple of times. We already discussed this. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and windows were locked from the inside. Oh, wait, duh. He didn't... They're deadbolts. Okay. Well, it also says here there are only 5 master keys, but wouldn't he not need a master key? Couldn't he just use the regular keys? Couldn't he have just... Weren't they in... Initially, they were in... She doesn't have all the keys in her pockets. And I assume Genji would know exactly what keys he would need. Because they said they were going to Natsuhi's room. It's one door. So wouldn't he just use the key to Natsuhi's door? He wouldn't need a master key. So, just used Natsuhi's specific door key. Each room has only one room key. Damn. Damn. Okay. Close doors. Okay, how could Genji get out? Ah, okay, new plan. Natsuhi's room is the same. The door and windows are locked. There is no— Hi, Mr. Kitty. There is no secret passage. Okay. After discovering the bodies, the remaining survivors realize that due to the position of the stakes, the other 3 people must already be dead. Genji informs the group that George, Shannon, and Goda told him that they wanted to go in Natsuhi's room. The door is locked. After unlocking it, they are dead. If Genji and Goda are working together, they take out Shannon and George. But the double cross doesn't explain how Genji would leave. What, love? What, my sweet darling? Okay. Careful. What is it? You think you need more crunchies? Is that what it is? Are you sure it's not a snuggle that you're after? God, I hate closed doors. Alright, one second. Let me give Mr. Kitty some more crunchies while I mull over how these two could have possibly done this. Okay. Genji and Goda and Shannon and George go into a room. They kill the lovers, and then, oh, everything's Gucci. But then how do they get out? Are any of them stabbed in the back? Like, quite literally. How specifically were their bodies? They were all shot. But they had stakes, yes? Where were the stakes stabbing them? If there's no stakes, this simplifies this considerably for me. Okay. So there were stakes in all of them except for Shannon. Okay. So then... Perhaps then Shannon is the wolf. Okay. So Genji and Shannon instead of Genji and Goda in that then. Interesting. They're meant to kill George, but she can't do... This sounds so insane and contrived though. There's no way this is it. So, they need to kill George. But Shannon can't do it, so Goda does. And then, Goda kills George. Then instead of Shannon being the one that gets double-crossed, because she'd be the easiest, she kills Goda. She shoots him. Maybe she wasn't even aware that that was the case. And then, you know, because I doubt that she'd be, like, down to kill George, right? Unless she doesn't actually love George and that's all been, like, a sham, but I don't know. So then Shannon double crosses Goda. That one's really hard. After discovering Shimisawa, George, Shannon, and Goda go into a room, potentially with Genji. This is tough. I might have to think more on that one. That one's really tough. We're gonna be here all night if I have to just sit on this one. So I'm gonna put a little pause button over here next to this mystery to know that we still have to figure that one out. And then, that one's tough. And then, alright, so then that's just sub-mysteries. Which I'm gonna put down hallucinogens. / gas leak. Under, golden butterflies, demonic goat servants, mother-daughter bonding. Goda killed George and Shannon possibly killed Goda in return. Yeah, whoever, basically, I guess where I'm really trying to suffer through here is whoever doesn't have a stake implanted in them died last. Because it would, why would you put a stake in you if you're part of the plan? I mean, I doubt that the person that dies last is thinking, waste not, want not. Like, you know what I mean? So whoever doesn't have a stake embedded in them died last. Because they weren't planning on dying. You know what I mean? They got double crossed. So it would have been Shannon shooting Goda, staking him, and then being like, aha, Goda's not quite dead. Or maybe even George is not quite dead, and he shoots her because he's been betrayed. And nobody could have locked it from the inside and left. Yeah, because the door, they go inside the door, they lock the door. And then, yeah, there we go. They go inside, lock the door, closed room, and then they kill each other because they were trying, you know, maybe she slides the key under the thing or whatever. He unlocks the door. And then, like, I don't know. But that would create a locked room, would it not? And then he has the key in his pocket. And then George would in that moment die. Or just uses Natsuki's key to lock inside. Puts it in George's pocket. Don't even need the master key. Yeah. But then, you know, George gets to die with the key in his pocket being like, aha, I've, like, got the assailants or whatever. Maybe even potentially. I don't know, that was tough. No one leaves. Whoever has no stake died last. I don't even know if that's like a full theory, but that's as close as I think I might get on that one. That one's a lot. I might need, yeah, just like a bit of a standoff situation or whatever that would entail. Okay. Then Cannon's missing in action state. Cannon goes missing during the second twilight and his body is never found. What happened to him? Cannon going missing is either Cannon is part of this, which I doubt. Or Cannon dropped down a well. Which would alleviate, listen, if you're trying to get away with a crime, you need a one-armed man. You know what I mean? You need somebody to place blame on that won't be found. If they throw him in the ocean, his body potentially gets found. They throw him in this well, potentially nobody figures out. To be convenient. Suspect or culprit. Sure. Final letter. A final letter appears in the parlor after Rosa and Battler return from Natsuhi's room. Oh, these are all the sub-mysteries, aren't they? Is that all of them? Just main mysteries. Okay, so does that square us for 2? Oh, okay. We're done with 2. Okay, so now to episode 3 theories. Episode 3 theories. Oh no, not more closed doors, damn it! Okay, I might need to open up the... What's that? Hey, see about giving her that other food. We'll be great. She likes it. Hi, Mr. Kitty. Once again, hello, my sweet. My sweet kitty boy. Okay, so... in the stream chat, you put the pictures of the rooms, yes? I guess that would be under threat. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. He's doing like little wiggly butt stuff. Okay, so... oh, easy now. So two. Okay, here is the version of this closed room. Okay. There are 5 master keys and 1 I don't know what this brown key is meant to represent. Maybe that's Kenzo's office key. Okay. First mystery. Kenzo, Shannon, Kumasawa, Goda, Genji, and Cannon are all found dead in 6 different rooms. There are no more than 18 people. All of the doors that exist on this, of all the doors that exist, none has a crack through which a key can slip. Okay. There are 5 master keys, 1 for each servant. Furthermore, all of the doors and windows are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. Okay. 6 people are dead. No one is hiding in the rooms. The 6 people died instantly. The only victims are inside the rooms. No other people exist inside. None of the people committed suicide. Okay. Damn. Explain the case. Right. Red are master keys, colored keys are room keys corresponding to colored numbers. This one is tough. Oh, I see. So there's 5 master keys and 1 room key each. Yeah, this one's tough. And just so you guys can see, I'm gonna do a window capture. Maybe it'll let me do this. There we go. So just so you guys can see the same diagram that I'm looking at right now. Right there is probably good. Hopefully that's big enough for you guys. You need maybe that'll do. Okay. So, this one was tough, especially because it said everybody died instantly, and none of them were suicides. So, that means that and who was the one that had, at the time I think it said that Rosa had all of the master keys. So, Rosa had all the master keys. At no point was she out of our sight, I believe. 6 people. Genji, Hinzo, Shannon, Cannon, Goda, and Kumasawa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. There are no people hiding in the 6 rooms. The 6 people were not killed by traps. None of these people committed suicide. The only victims are inside the rooms. No other people exist in... See, I feel like I had a theory for that one and it got completely blown out of the water. They collected the keys as they went. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that the final person... Like, it says all the people died instantly. So it doesn't make sense that... Oh, episode 2 is where she has all the keys. Okay. So the key part makes sense. I get the key part because they just went essentially room to room. They all died instantly. But nobody committed suicide. Does it say that anybody died by accident? Does an accident constitute as... You know what I mean? Because it's possible that Genji is the final room. And he just, like, has a heart attack or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible that they died to death, yeah. So, I'm gonna put, very hesitantly, that either Genji Why am I green? Have I been putting everything in green? I think I just have that in the wrong one. So I'm gonna very hesitantly put in here that either... Oh wait, Goat is in the list. I hate him. So it's probably... Because here's the thing, realistically, Kumasawa doesn't have the weight to her. Kumasawa and Shannon... How did everybody die in this one? Were they shot, or were they... If they had their heads bashed in, I have to take into account their physical strength. But if they were shot, really anybody can do that. Everyone was shot. Okay, so that opens up the floor. So someone of this group killed everyone. Either in each room, parentheses, no dragging, or all at once strength. So my theory depends on who the culprit in fact is, which is not my job to tell you. But then died by accident in the final room, closing the loop potentially by accident. Okay. No, all of the doors are normal. All the keys are good. Furthermore, all the doors and windows are normal. No device exists. All these people are dead. No one's hiding in the rooms. All these people died instantly. Only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist in the rooms. People that were not killed by traps. People were, Oh, there it is. Accidents possible. Everyone shot for the purpose of stream. Correct. The burden of proving specific culprit isn't required. Perfect. Okay, next. That was one of my least favorite ones. Okay. Rosa and Maria are outside in the garden. Something occurs that causes them to be killed. Ooh, this one I've been thinking about quite a bit. Especially since now we know that Rosa is way more abusive than we previously believed. So I guess we can hide that Discord image. We don't need that anymore. I think... Okay. The cause of death was as Nanjo diagnosed. Rosa and Maria's deaths are homicides. Hideyoshi was a guest. Hideyoshi was in the guest room the whole time before and after the crime. I think that there's something missing from this Rosa and Maria situation. Is there not, Kaza? Because I think it said that Maria died first, and neither of them were accidents. Is that the case, or am I thinking of something completely different? That's correct. They were both homicides. Oh wait, this is episode 3, duh. This was Eva. Eva did it. I can't remember if they were shot or whatever, but I'm pretty sure. I keep thinking about when she got strangled and then impaled, and I think that that's the issue I'm having with that one. Rosa was impaled. Marie was strangled. Yeah, so I think doesn't Rosa die first or something like that? It was, yeah, one was, it says they're both homicides, but in the Red Truce on the second Twilight it says here, Rosa and Maria step outside to the Rose Garden. Something occurs that causes them to be killed. Red Truce, Rosa and Maria died. The cause of the deaths was diagnosed by Nanjo. Rosa and Maria's deaths are homicide. Hideyoshi was in the guest room the whole time, both before and after the crime. So, okay, so Rosa gets killed and then Eva gets strangled. Yeah. Because I think initially I was like, oh, Rosa strangled her kid to death. Yeah, so that works. Because I think it says something about the timing of that, and I remember at the time it confused me quite a bit. Yeah, that one's easy. Then the next one, it says 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi head to the mansion, but never return. They're found dead. Red Truth, Kairi did not think they need food. She claimed that they should not leave the guest house, and yet she herself suggested that they leave the house to get food. The reason she changed her mind was not told to anyone, nor was it written down until the last moment. So she wanted, she suspects, I think we talked about this one on stream. Eva wanted to question Hideyoshi away from her. And then, like, little do they know, Eva sneaks out and kills those two. Or wait. Yeah. Because she's not being observed. Okay, 7 the Night Twilight, Krauts and Natsuhiro found dead in the arbor of the Rose Garden. I feel like strangling these two would be pretty easy for Eva. Question mark. Because I feel like Eva's strong enough that she can, that Battler was able to prove their deaths with Eva as the culprit. Yeah, I can't remember how, but, they were just strangled. It's like, she could strangle them. Like, it's not outside the realm of possibilities. Strangled them. Then, George in the parlor room. George on the second floor of the guest house managed to wind up in the parlor room without being seen. He went out the window, and someone, not Battler obviously, locked it behind him. I suspect it was either his parents or his killer. Oh yeah. It seemed pretty obvious to me that they were strangled. Like, it didn't seem subtle at all to me that they were strangled. Okay, so now Now, Dr. Nanjo. Nanjo is killed outside of the service room. After Jessica is injured, she's, I think, blinded, if I remember right. Eva is under Battler's supervision at all times. Battler was not the culprit or the accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Eva. Wait, hold on. I don't think it has Hideyoshi as a mystery here. Kairi shot him. Whether by accident or on purpose. Okay, so back to Nanjo. After Jessica was injured, Eva was always under Battler's suspicion, so it wasn't Eva. Battler was neither the culprit nor an accomplice. It wasn't Battler. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Eva. There are no more than 18 people on the island, no life forms other than humans. Hinzo's dead, Kraus is dead, Natsuhi's dead, Hideyoshi is dead, George is dead, Rudolph is dead, Kairi is dead, Rosa is dead, Maria is dead, Genji is dead, Shannon is dead, Kanon is dead, Goda is dead, Kumisawa is dead, Nanjo is dead. The 15 people mentioned are dead. Battler's life, Eva's life, Jessica's life. Eva was with Battler the whole time, so committing the crime is impossible. Battler is not the culprit. He was not forging an alibi for her. And he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching her actions carefully. No chance existed for... in the short time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servants' room. Yoshiro Miya Jessica has not committed murder. She was not involved in Nanjo's murder. Her eyes were completely blocked. It is impossible for her to carry out a murder like that. Neither Eva nor Battler killed Nanjo. They were not involved. The culprit who killed them was neither of those. Jessica's eyes were completely blocked. The murder was impossible for her. The actions... No action caused by Jessica's body or had any relation to the influence of the murder of Nanjo. This applies to Battler and Eva. Neither Jessica or Battler or Eva is the culprit who killed Nanjo. Nanjo's death was a homicide. Of course, it was a direct method of murder. A weapon was readied and he was killed from point-blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared before Nanjo's eyes. Red tells absolute truth. Absolutely no factors. Okay. Real quick. A witch did it, yes. That is my actual theory. But who is the order in which they are listed in their deaths significant? I can't remember who, in what order people died in episode 3. Let me go back to my notes. Oh, that's right. Those were analog notes, I recall. I wrote them down. Need to transfer these over. Okay, so... Episode 3. George was the last person to die. The order isn't significant. Oh, okay. Because if that's the case, then I'm like, Kumasawa killed him? Because that's the last person listed. Let's see. It's possible Kraus and Natsuhi are for sure strangled to death. Hideyoshi got shot. Although, it's possible that... I would say it's possible that either Rudolph, Kairi, or George were still technically alive and murdered Nanjo, and then perished immediately thereafter. Because I don't think we checked up on those corpses. So I'm going to put that down as my theory. It was either George, because this is the order that they most recently perished in. Kyrie, or Rudolph. Killed him before succumbing to their own wounds. Now, initially I thought the order is not significant. Okay. I mean, because everybody that died in the initial Twilight or whatever, I'm pretty sure he's saying like, oh, Beatrice, or whatever, before he dies. So I'm also just going to... It says here that Kumasawa died in a witch battle, so the events of her death, it doesn't tell me the precise way that they die, and also this ritual, is this ritual hard, like a hard and fast rule, where it's like, after the first Twilight, those people are all definitely dead, right? Or is there a little wiggle room? Are these deaths for certain, or is it just by the end of a certain time limit, 13 people need to be dead? Because I'm also going to put Kumasawa in there, just in case. Just in case. You can't list Kumasawa. That violates a red truth. Does it? How so? What red truth does it violate? The first 6 have already been labeled as dead in red before the second Twilight. Oh, Kinzo, Genji, Canon, Goda, Kumasawa are dead. Oh, okay. Alright. So then I would just remove her from that list. And then there we go, because George, Kyrie, and Rudolph are still on the table. I see. There we go. Yeah, I didn't suspect that they did that either. But, okay. So that one has a theory now. Perfect. Is that all of them? Or wait, no. Is that all of the episode 3 ones? Okay. And then episode 4. I feel like I had some of these. Episode 3 done. Okay. And I'll share the PNGs with you on this Kaza. They're kind of ugly right now. I want them to be prettier before they're finished PNGs, but... Unless you're typing all these, so I don't have to transfer them over. Either way. I can technically... All of the things that I write, I figured out how to change that to text, so I'm pretty happy about that. Pretty excited that I've been learning this new technology. Oh, perfect. Okay, so... Episode 4. The main murders. Kenzo appears before the family and commences a ceremony. Eva, Rudolph, Rosa, Natsuhi, Hideyoshi, and Genji are killed in the dining room. Okay, so that one, I feel like it's possible that they are drugged. They are drugged and shot with guns. That's my plan. So initially I was thinking, okay, so for sake of argument and because I'm bad at math, let's say there's 4 people that don't die. Then I would say, okay, who is the most suspicious of those 4 people? Then I'd be like, okay, well, like, if Genji and Goda had survived or something like that, my 2 main culprits, I'd be like, okay, Genji and Goda are sus. And the other 2 are drugged, right? And these 2 are just playing it being drugged. And then that's the whole thing. Because I suspect Nanjo pretty hardcore in this situation. And so if you take the next one, because this one I feel like is a twofold. In the second Twilight, okay, maybe not that one. Okay, so, because we hopped around in this one, I remember now. So this one is twofold. So Kanon, Shannon, Nanjo, Kraus, and Kairi, those are the dungeon crew. Those are the only survivors of the, if I recall correctly, those are the only survivors of the main dinner. So I think that it is entirely possible that I think Nanjo is in on it initially. Right? Nanjo's in on it. And he's the one that helps heft these people to the dungeon. So, where's the third Twilight? Did I just miss that? Okay. I guess I'll just put that under the 4th, 5th, and 6th. So, Nanjo moved them to the dungeon. Right? And then I believe that means that... Oh, this is tough. Yeah, the third Twilight's not counting. I was just trying to figure out where we went from the dinner to everybody being in a dungeon. You know what I mean? So that linkage is important. Because the initial thing of them being drugged and shot with guns, that works. Right? And then because they're drugged, especially if Nanjo's in on it, Nanjo drugs them. They feel as though they've fallen into a pit, but they did not fall into a pit. They fell into either a wheelbarrow or were flopped onto the ground after, like, coming to out of being anesthetized. Then, they talk to everybody. Kanon, Nanjo, Kraus, and Kairi are all slaughtered one by one. But a lot of those people get shot or their heads bashed in, correct? Right. And then Nanjo, I think Nanjo gets double-crossed. He's been way too familiar with the goat people, right? And then everybody else just gets killed by... Because I think that would consider... I think that would make Nanjo the accomplice, would it not? Because up till this point, I don't think he's killed anyone. I think he's just been drugging people and, like, making this more convenient. Once again, he's being, like, way too familiar with, like, the goats and stuff like that. Killed by the culprit. And that would make him the accomplice. And then hanging around the garden shed, I think that this is a twin lock situation. And that could be Goda turning on Kumasawa. And then the culprit ties up loose end. A side booby demon did it. No, they did not. Okay. If he's an accomplice, he can't help without killing. Okay, if he's an accomplice, he can help without killing. I feel like that's what, I feel like that is, that's how he justifies it. I feel like Nanjo's that type of dude. He's like, I didn't kill anybody, but if I went along with this and I made their passing more peaceful, like if he feels like maybe, I feel like Nanjo's thing is, Nanjo's like, listen, I'm not killing anybody, but by anesthetizing or drugging these people, they're meeting less heinous deaths. Like, my benefactor is an insane man. He would have all these people exploded into chunks. And I feel like this is the lesser of two evils, thinks Nanjo to himself. Until the barrel of the gun is foisted on him. So, which one am I missing here? Twilight. George is found dead near the arbor of the tree. Jessica is found dead in her room. Jessica, George, Battler, then Maria. Okay, I think Jessica killed George, and then I think Jessica killed George, and then she thinks she's gonna get away with it, but then, and like, maybe she fakes her own death. Wait, hold on, that doesn't make sense. One sec. We're still in episode 4, right? So wait, no, I don't have to go that way. I can just go characters. Oh, it won't show us. I haven't finished it yet, huh? Okay. Music box. That'll work. Maybe she's not actually dead. I can't remember what happens to her again. I would say someone with half their face missing after being shaped is most definitely dead. Yeah, but who's left to even kill her? You know what I mean? Oh wait, I have a list of people right here. Okay, so Kenzo's for sure dead. Cannon's dead. Cannon's missing. Cannon's missing. Allegedly, he fell down the well. But maybe he witnesses Jessica shooting her cousin, and he gets cold feet on this bitch because he hasn't been tied on enough. So maybe he becomes disillusioned with the fact that, oh no, it crashed. Alright, one sec. Maybe he becomes disillusioned with the fact that his not even sort of girlfriend just shot her cousin in the head. And he thinks to himself, no thanks. And perhaps even he thinks that she's the one that killed Shannon, or maybe she was. Who knows? I don't know the timelines. I'm bad at that. So, where's... Oh, there it is. There we are. So... Yep, so we are gonna go with... Drop that down just a smidge. We're gonna go with Jessica kill George. And then, Cannon killed Jessica and fled. Yeah, imagine putting in that much work. I mean, he fled. He fled the island. Or maybe he's hiding underground so he can leave after this situation. Maybe he fell into the rocks and died. Who knows? I don't have to figure out where he went. I only need to suspect that he killed his maybe sort of not girlfriend. Because that'd be a pretty crazy thing to witness. I think we can all do that. You know what I mean? Battler's sin. That's a sub-mystery, though. So, Battler's sin is either... had a crush on Shannon. Or said... something mean to Ange 6 years ago when she, like maybe not even to her directly, but just said some like real mean shit. You know what I mean? Said something like, "Oh, I wish you had died," or something like that instead of my mother, or something crazy and mean maybe. And maybe somebody overheard him, and that's a thing that's now being leveraged against him. You know what I mean? Maybe, potentially. And I don't think that violates any of these things. Because of this sin, people die. So, maybe he says something... Hello, hello? 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice exists. The sin that you remember is not between Battler and Beatrice. Okay. And I think it's possible... Okay, so one of the things... Check the document for last minute. Okay, so I did think about this a little bit earlier today. So I'm like, it's possible that the sin is that he had a crush on Shannon. Because why the hell would they employ somebody old enough? Why the hell would they employ like a 12-year-old to be? Because at the time this would have been 6 years previous. Shannon's like 16-ish or whatever. Why the hell would they employ a 12-year-old to work at this mansion? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Unless that was intentional. To sabotage George, or to sabotage Battler or something like that. And then because Battler, like, has a crush on her or something like that, they're like, oh, okay, cool, we'll keep her around to, like, sabotage Battler so that he's not a threat. We hire Cannon to sabotage Jessica, and then our 20-year-old son will be the head of the family because these other two will have, like, dishonored us. But then... that doesn't happen, right? Because Battler leaves for 6 years. George gets attached to Shannon. Big mistake, right? But then Battler comes back. And, like, maybe George is, like, possessive and crazy. Or it just pisses off whoever put her there in the first place to catch Battler's eye. And, you know, it just pisses whomever off because their plans have been foiled. And then the mystery Final mystery. Battler's sin. Okay. The question of Battler's parentage. Is that the final? Is that the one you're talking about? Because Beatrice says, your mom's not your mom, and that causes Battler to have an existential crisis. But who cares? I think that already got kind of figured out. Because who cares who his mom is? We know who his grandfather is, and by transitive property, we have like a reasonable assertion that we know who his father's is. So I think it's possible that we had a little switcheroo situation here. That Kyrie is actually Battler's mother, and the babies were swapped, but also who cares? He's Rudolph's kid, so whatever. That's not the last one. Scroll up. Battler's sin. Is that... Oh, Maria and Kenzo. I must have missed that one. Is that the one you're talking about? Okay. Kenzo was always burnt to a crisp because his body has already been, let's see, what were the first murders again? They're killed in the dining room. I feel like Kenzo's been dead this whole time. Someone was impersonating him at the dinner. Whoever was impersonating him at the dinner had to get rid of his body. And so they put him in the broiler room to be on fire. I feel like that's been pretty consistent. And then Maria, like I said, is probably poisoned. She probably received the same letter that said, "This is the deal. Either you or your toy lion, or maybe even Ange or something, or like the mother that she actually loves or whatever, or everyone else." And she's like, "Okay, well, I want my mom, so it must be me." And then she, like, takes poison, maybe? Or maybe she's just hungry and eats the food that is very likely poisoned. I feel like that's possible. You know? Maybe she gets into some Halloween candy that's not ideal. Potentially. And here's the thing, if Goda is the killer, he's a cook, maybe he made her a little snackety snack. You know, she has no, I don't think knows if Kumasawa and Goda are dead. So, it wouldn't be confusing to her, would it? Well, no, she locked them in there with everybody. Well, regardless, maybe she finds a little snacky snack, has herself a little snacky snack, and then, perishes. No. Okay, perfect. Alright, and then switching back to the other screen. I feel like we made really good progress. Man, really white-knuckling those theories, you guys. Some of those are really hard. And they involve a bunch of puzzle math, which I'm not the best at, but, you know. The last tea party. It's tea party. It's this one. Okay. We can do it, you guys. I believe in us.
Angeの名をお前が口。
あれは奇跡によって現れ、 自らを生贄にして
Is this gonna confirm any of my
絶対の
theories?
勝利の執念を与
Potentially.
エンゼの名を口にするな。
えあの無残な死はそなたにとって必要なものだった。あの死を見なければそなたは本気にならない。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければそなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまりは必要な生贄だったというわけだ。
Wait, these don't get. I don't get these solved until the game tells us if I'm correct or not.
わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せん。
Fine.
ベルンタステル教。これは駒ではない。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようと盤上を離れることは。
Oh, heck yeah.
しかし切り札はどんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったのだ。
Who did it, Squirrel? Who
エ
killed
ンゼ
them?
の名を口にするんじゃな。俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンジェを任せてる。俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は一秒たりともありはしない。
ならばどうすればよいか分かっている。
ああ、お前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。さあ、追っ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
長いわ。素直に一言わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。
I also would like to put in here that I
最初で
think
最
it's
後。
entirely possible that Ange died when she jumped off of that building. I would like to put that theory here right now. That this whole thing has just been her last will and testament playing out. I would like that theory to be put in the theories. Like that we've just been gaslit about this whole trip, and like it's actually been this. I'm blanking on his name, but it's actually been her bodyguard like doing all of this stuff in her like will and testament.
感謝す
お前もお前を殺す。
る。ならばよし始めようぞバトラー。さあ魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ。追い詰めてみろ。殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
Hey, it's back to the pretty rose gardens.
先手はどちらから。
I really want a PNG of that specifically, that angle. No characters, just this crazy place.
俺の青き真実だ。全てをうがつ。全て一番最初から一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ。
了解。そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。これ
I like this one.
いくぜ。すでに宣言済みだが、もう一度言う。こいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ。一番最初からあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場
Oh,
面
cool.
を
He's
切り
gonna
裂
go
け。
through all of it? This is why you had me pause. Alright. Fair enough.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。よって島の本当の人数は17人。そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている。この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる。これに
And
よ
then
り
she would counter by
人間
saying,
の数18人を
no,
満
his
たす
corpse count.
にもかかわらず、意見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯
It
行は
better
可
not
能
be
に
some
なる。
bull like that. Be pretty mad. Corpses don't. I better see that in red. Is it a javelin? Did you just throw a javelin at her? I like that. Stop, they're killing each other. Oh, wait a minute, they're making out.
それだけで説明できる謎がある。
どの謎だ。
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引きずり夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺され、夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ、残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある。犯人 X が存在しようと密室構築は不可能だ。
Unless a culprit and or accomplice was in the room.
いや、俺の青き真実は揺るがない。犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していれば、あれは密室でも何でもないんだ。
いや、入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてローザが管理した。
だがローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない。ローザおばさん犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し密室殺人を幇助した。
Yeah, the one where Rosa ends up with the gun very much seems like Rosa is a problem.
甘いぜベアト。
At least in that timeline.
当時の俺もすでに推理している。
そうであったな。
I don't know if I care for that visual.
"さらに続けたい第3のゲームだ。6連結の連鎖密室、ローザおばさんマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウスおじさん夏日おばさんの殺人、その全てはエマおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。これは当時すでに論破済み。それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題、南條先生殺し、18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能。これで第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。反論はあるか。
無論この程度答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。赤き真実を追加しよう。 ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を
Hey,
降り
went
て
out the
はおら
window.
ず窓から飛び去ったの。
Uh-huh. Yeah, he just went out the window. Not that big of a jump. I've jumped out of a window before.
Daka だからなんだ。お前の言葉通りだぞ。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし。あの大雨だ。
It raining actually would make that kind of suck though. It would be very slippery.
外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていた。
Okay, yeah, so somebody locked the window. Somebody on the inside of the house locked the window.
施錠する術はない。
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。
Oh yeah. It just seems like such a red herring to draw you off of the actual stuff, you know? Ooh, how did this boy escape the... I'm like, what teenager couldn't solve that specific question? You know what I mean? How did he get out of the house? Now, if you tell me he got into the house and everything was locked, now that's its own thing. But getting out of a house and then it getting locked, I mean... Clearly none of us are strangers to that. It literally happened to Maria. Do we get to figure out the secret of where her key went, or is that not important? I'd like to know what happened there.
不審な点はない。18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、桐江さんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。不審な点はない。だが分かってるぜ。反撃があるんだろ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金蔵がすでに死んでいるとの仮説に立脚している。そう来ることはわらわも分かっている。だから金蔵を書斎より出した。この金蔵を
Yeah, but all those people are dead.
親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
そうだな。だがじいさまはずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまっても、みんな気にしないかもな。
A fraud.
俺は後悔す。そのじいさまは別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじいさまと見間違えた別人だ。
ならば我らは後悔す。全ての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。いかなる変装であったとしても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
ならば後悔す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数を
They did officially acknowledge him at the dinner.
赤き真実で5本と宣言することで
And they couldn't
以後のゲ
mistake
ームの
someone
設
else
定変
for
更を
him.
行っている。同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもって
Yeah,
それ以
it's
前の
possible
ゲー
they're
ムでの
different
金蔵の
timelines.
存在を証明することにはならない。 よって、食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
The timeline thing kind of fuzzes me up a little bit too.
ならばこう返そうぜ。
Thanks, girl.
4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の性質設定は全て同一である。第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
不詳要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
復唱拒否。答え
Because he
る
wasn't.
わらはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせん。
くそ、じじいね。俺の前に立ちふさがりやがる。我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
バトラーよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにあら。お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。死ねい。
Oh, hell yeah, he's a big dragon. Nice.
お前なぞ一息に飲み込んでくれるわ。消え去れ、未熟者め。
黙りな、死に損ないの亡霊ね。
おう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の第3のゲーム、俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。あばよ、クソじじい、こいつでお別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。
よかろう、存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。
Oh
後
shit.
宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Like Beatrice,
その名を誰かが継承した。
which would
全
make
員が承認した。
Strauss
それにより
the
親
head.
族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。じい様の
Because of all
変装す
this
る必要
Beatrice
さえもない
nonsense,
の
yeah.
さ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから、よって言い間違えるわけもない。以上の仮説が否定されない限り、お前が死んでいるという事実は変わらない。これでとどめだぜ、クソじじい。お前に不詳要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Holy shit.
できんな。
Whoever inherited the fortune took both names. If Hinzo if male, Beatrice if female.
安らかに眠りな、クソじじい。
Does that mean that Kumasawa was the former
やっと死ねたんだぜ。 こいつが引導だ。
Or maybe that wasn't Kumasawa, maybe that was the mom.
後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ、あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ以上の仮説で、てめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は親族会議に登場することができる。どうだよ、これだ。
The gaslighting on this visual novel is crazy. That is such a crazy twist. Something only his legitimate heir can suss out. There's no way could we just like...お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だがそろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせぬ。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い、後ろ宮バトラ
ー。おう、金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も、園芸倉庫の2人も、最後のマリアも全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。
Holy shit, hold on a minute.
全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。
Are Shannon and Canon Beatrice? Canon says he has a different name. Cannon's name is not her name. Those are just names that are given to them. Or is Genji the new Kinzo because Genji is dead and he is Kinzo now? Those are two new theories I have. Proceed.
Beatrice, これだ。チェックメイトだ。
ちまった。痛えよ。こりゃ死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。痛いのは。
And then that means the reason that Beatrice didn't exist 6 years ago is because Shannon hadn't ascended, potentially. I don't know, it seems unlikely because they're both pretty young. I just don't feel like they're ruthless enough, but who knows, right? This thing is so crazy, I'm not ruling it out, but... I want one of those pumpkin marshmallows so very bad.
Rosa はその魔法を確かに目撃している。
We're gonna have to find those this fall. Kind of mac and cheese. Like baked? I want mac and cheese right now. I might make some pasta after this, Loki.
我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらのすべてを大勢の人間たちに目撃さ
There's
せ
a
た。
gas leak on the island. I already wrote that down.
我が魔法の存在する証明、これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
ステイルメイト。魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
Damn, barbecue sounds even better. Oh yeah. So somebody at that barbecue could cook, huh?
誰が？何？魔法を目撃しようとも。
See, I've always said this. I feel like Black History Month is wasted in February when all the best barbecue weather is in June. Pride should be in February, the month of live, and that would solve all the censorship problems. And then in June should be barbecue weather. I've always said that. Whoever does the national holidays, get on that. And then July is all of the military ones. It's just Patriot Month. All month. Oh, nice. Wait, which uncle? Can the uncle throw down elsewhere or just at the grill?
Warawa. 無理かもしれぬ。わかっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。
Being the guy that can cook at the party is such a goated position. I feel like everyone should strive to be able to cook at least one thing very well. Like, be the guy that just, like, crushes the potato salad. Or, like, is just, like, makes a mean burger. You know what I mean? Pick one food and just excel at that. You know what I mean? And just, I mean, honestly, just do that for your own self. But I feel like if everybody can cook at least one food to excellence, then when you get into a group of people, everybody brings in their combined talents, and it's an ultimately delicious evening. It's also important to know how to nourish yourself. Is she feeling awful sorry for herself for a lady that just killed a bunch of people?
勝利はなく、引き分けによる終了もない、唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。そうさ、私はバトラに殺されるためだけに戦っている。
Distribution of resources is low-key king behavior. Okay. Now watch her absolutely crush all his hopes and dreams into dust, and then we go straight into episode 5.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって面白かったな。そうだよ、あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか、ベアトリーチェ。
God damn it, I feel a rug pull coming on.
Wari na no ka, Beato.
Listen.
グーの音も出ぬわ。
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
He knows her too well.
この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。早くとどめを刺せよ。言っちまえよ、お前の青き真実だ。以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
ほう、わらわにこれ以上生き恥をさらせというのか。すでに決着はついておろうに。
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いはまだ終わってない。
まだ
とな。お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
いいではないかよ、投了で。それでそなたの勝ちだろうが。とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。お前は何者だ。そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
それが知りたくばそなたのお箱でも試せばよい。いいではないか。ただの妄想幻想。それでいいではないか。
全然ダメだぜ。
Me already giving her shaken baby syndrome.
俺はお前を打ち破る。このまま逃がしてなるもんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。 打ち破る。完全にな。だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。俺にはわかる。
Oh my god, right, this slow burn romance is crazy.
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンジェを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを、お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで逃がさない。
狼と羊のパズル。
Yeah, fool me once, you know what I mean?
これじゃ狼少年かな。どうすればいいんだよ。わらわはどうすれば負けを認めるためだけに無限に戦うの。無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問か。バトラに勝利を与え
Yeah,
る
this is crazy.
無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた。
The subtext of this seems spicy, but I'm not entirely sure why.
悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんて。もう嫌だ。勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は。
Why is she choosing words like that?
魔女の道に落ちた時から悪魔と契約をしたその日から末路は悲劇であると約束されていたではないか。
どうした黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。ロッケン島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Yeah, damn it.
愚か者め。そなたの健闘をたたえ勝ちを譲ってやろうと思
This
った。
bipolar ass bitch.
安心したな。後悔するぞ。
それは譲られ
Take
る
the
ものじゃ。
lane, you
お前から
psycho.
奪い取るものだ。お前だってそうだろうが。俺が魔女はいてもいいからなんて言い出すそんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。
It's unbelievable.
そうさ。俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。立て俺の敵。
Keep in mind his whole family's been murdered and he's still doing this weird tango with this bitch. Don't be sad, girl that presumably had a hand in murdering my whole family. We gotta get to this mystery to get... Are you joking? I'm choking her unconscious and stealing her speech notes out of her pocket. What are you talking about?
「
18人目の X の青き真実が抜けていない。
Cantor won't.
そなたの気象要求の一つに応じる。そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。しかしならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。それを金蔵の分一人減らす。この島には18人以上の人間は存在しない。以上、つまり18人目を含めるぞ。つまり18人目の X は
Okay,
存
sure.
在しない。これは全ゲームに共通すること
So
で
all
あ
the
る。
people that we have in our initial thing are the only people we have. We just don't know which one of those people is Kinzo. Like the new Kinzo. Yeah, okay, yeah. Fair enough.
そら見ろ。やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。
That bums me out a little bit. I like Kinzo.
18人と偽られてきた。それが
Kinzo's
一人減って
ghost
17
S
人にな
tier.
り、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。これだ。
The legacy of
お前をぶ
Kinzo's
ち抜いてい
ghost
た鎖が
cannot be
抜かれたな。
surpassed.
戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I came up with all my theories based off of the fact that there was no extra person, because I don't have the same affliction that Battler has, where Battler's just like, no, it couldn't possibly be anyone in my family. Dog, what are you talking about? Your family needs money. They have a structured settlement and they need cash now. Okay? I feel like that joke is only for like 6 people. But they need the money now. Need money now. Okay? And he's like, couldn't be any of my family members. Your stepmom, potential biological mom, is in the friggin' Yakuza. What are you talking about? Be so for real. Okay? Your grandfather has been reading books on spells. He's just been Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Casting spells. Okay, yeah, there we go. You're welcome, guys. So, of course these people have the potential to be murderers. What do you mean? There's safety deposit boxes with like tons of money in it. Like, for that kind of money, I feel like there's a not insignificant amount of the population that would kill their own family members. So,
第1のゲームからだ。
おう、第1のゲーム、第1の番からだ。最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどうか。チェーンまでかかった密室であったり、赤き真実が追加する。2人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また殺人は執行者犠牲者と共に同室して行われた。執行者が室内から殺害する手段は存在しない。
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。最初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。これが実は偽装死体で、犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X が2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ、俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
I see.
よかろう、次だ。 ボイラー室にいたったカノンが殺されたな。赤き真実を追加する。全ての生存者にアリバイがある。さらに死者も含めよう。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he separated himself. Because he did stab him. He did get stabbed in the stomach. It's possible for him to do that himself.
カノンは自殺ではない。
Oh.
重ねるぜ。
Well, it was dark. Maybe he ran into it. Maybe it was an accident.
カノン君は他殺された。
復讐を拒否する。
So he died by accident, potentially running around in the dark.
他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。つまり他殺ではないんだ。これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。状況は不明だが事故死というわけさ。
Or trap.
胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような、どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は悪魔の証明により説明拒否。
悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだ。有効である。ならばその後の客間にてエンジ、ランジ、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。そしてもちろん
Yeah, of course,
3
he's
人
a
は他
child.
殺だ。
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持って時計回りに突きつけ、同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。その後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。これならどうだ。
Yeah, no.
なんという暴論。気に入った。
I don't think so.
最後の夏日。赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。
Some people have no
身元不明
face.
死体は一切ない。生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
Oh,
ドラ
okay,
ッグ
so
X
not
によ
to
る
he.
間接殺人で説明できる。夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。あの銃は構えて撃った人間
How
の
much
ちょう
work
ど
you
眉
gotta
間に
do?
弾をくれてやるように作られた罠の銃だったとすれ
work in
ば
regards
説
to
明
what?
できる。
I always have work to do.
夏日の額に生まれし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
夏日おばさんは内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そしてホールに呼び出された。そして特定の時刻特定の場所に立つように強いられた。あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により殺害されたんだ。
Serious? I don't know. I don't think very much. I think we went through most of them.
暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。ゲイ第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろうぜ。感服したわ。
Oh man. Heck yeah. Squirrel snuggles, those are the best. Oh.
くらいで答えぬ。まだまだ。
Yeah, this is a ton of new information.
第2のゲームだ。
It is nice to have some frickin' answers, though, you know what I mean? Oh. Are you getting jealous that I'm holding outside kitty and now you want to be snuggled like a baby? This was always available to you, Squirrel.
It
was always available to you.
情けも容赦もしねえぜ。第2のゲームだ。行くぜ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については、当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。マリアの鍵を何者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。つまり事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして、鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外オートロックの扉は存在しない。
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。6人の中に犯人がいて5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
6人は発見時すでに全員死亡していた。全員が他殺だ。6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者である。相互の殺人には関与しない。相打ち殺人は存在しない。
熊沢さんをはじめ当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。そんな誰かが6人を殺し内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
tear gas.
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。どうしたよ後ろにはバートだ。それで終わりか。第2のゲームから甘くないぜ。
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。彼らに与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて腹の中で爆発した。つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。気づかずに飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。説明拒否。
You mean like a chemical explosion?
小型爆弾
笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
See, names. Take away their vape and they start crying. Oh my god. My wishes are a fucking aesthetic thread. That's insane. I will withhold my judgment on the memes until I can further examine them. Because I have far too much power with these memes. Oh no, now I'm gonna lose my place. Genji or Goda?
カノン君の死亡は赤で宣言済みならば生きているわけがない。よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
彼らは異なる人物。カノンと誤認することは絶対にない。
Or they're lying.
ならば金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
Never underestimate the possibility that everyone in this whole fucking visual novel is lying to us.
私してもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム版上では口が裂けても見えぬこと。実にシャーシャーとの玉。しかし有効だ。その暴言心地よし。心地よい。痛みではない。心地よさだ。
いいのか。続けていくぜ。9のゲームの最後の殺人、夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。赤で反応はあるか。なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
ああ、ないぞ。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。くれてやる。第2のゲームなぞ貴様にくれてやるわ。
痛えのか。
痛い？いやいや、くすぐったいくらい。
The psycho.
全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればな。お前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。兄弟仲良く混ぜて愛人にしてくれるわ。
ぶち殺してやる。 お前を同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ、第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがれ。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのはこれからだ。
Oh, I didn't read that like that at all. I'm starting to move words around this week, but dyslexia is dyslexia, and you guys. I was like, there's no way he said that. The letters are moving around so diaboxerously. I'm like, what about it? Right. 6 doors, that's what it said. Definitely didn't say that other thing I thought I read. No, because we inherited Kenzo.
親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グルで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
マスターキー5本は全て5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わる全ての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室内から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
なら毒ガスで殺したんだ。鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があった。室内からの殺害は不可能だ。さらに赤を重ねようぜ。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。
When the 5 other than Kenzo were killed, which Kenzo does she mean right there? Does she mean Kenzo the corpse? Or does she mean Kenzo the person who has taken on that mantle?
しかし、最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。だが、戻すことはできたぜ。死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Listen, he's not even entirely sure that's his father. I see. Hey, I feel like Rudolph has some sleight of hand, though. I'm sure he has his own reasons if he did. It takes him so long to get to this point where he's like, I'll kill you, bitch. That's the most unrealistic part of this whole thing, is that he would be, like, realistically so much angry at her so much sooner. Like, the moment she pulls out this whack-ass face, it'd be over. This is a real mask-off moment for Beatrice. As that's my actual face before 10 a.m. Just in case you were wondering. Yeah, I feel like the 18th person's too convenient, and she was just like way too, here's the thing, I was hoping it was gonna be like either like Rosa's baby daddy, or, you know, like whoever Rudolph been cheating with. But I don't know, she was just like super snide when you bring up the existence of an 18th person. And, you know, anybody that snide early game, it's probably not that, you know?
そして使用人のみんなもお前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎を全て青き真実で打ち破っている。残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後、南條先生の殺人だけだぞ。
おい、わらわはもうそんなところまで追い詰められた。
If I'm being honest, if I'm the murderer, Nanjo's my most disappointing kill. You know what I mean? Because it's like, he's been a faithful servant. He just seems like a nice guy, you know what I mean? His children are, he recalls his children following, like, nobody really has anything bad to say about him. His worst trait is really just trusting in an insane man. And so that one would hurt, if I'm being honest. I have to take out Nanjo. You know? I don't know, I think in that one, didn't she get killed? That seems like a lie. And it's not in red, so I think she's lying to us. This is just an avatar for something that we refuse to face. Mm-hmm. It's gonna really piss me off when it gets revealed who she is. Like, it's fine, I'll weather the storm, but it's gonna really make me mad. It's Kumasawa. It's been Kumasawa this entire time. She's an 80-year-old woman saying nasty things to this teenage boy. I was like, Kumasawa, I understand why you kept getting fired. My god. He just keeps getting transferred to different precincts like a priest. I don't like her tone in this. Why is she talking like that? Somebody tell her to stop. Oh no. No, there's no way. Well, why would she be talking to him like that? Even if it's not his birth mother, I hate it. I thought that maybe that would have been something initially, but I'm like, I don't know. I really like these fight musics. Well, come lay on Mommy's feet. Mommy's little toes are cold. He's like, no, that's not my job. Well, maybe you come snuggle Mommy.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったのさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していればその感激は縫えることになる。つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。そしてその後にエヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
I hope he's right. That'd mean I'm right. I would enjoy that very much. Sorry. I know, I'm sorry. How dare you make such noises near Snarfy Wharf? It's okay, my squirrel. No. Oh, this was so nice. I got too greedy. She's like, that's plenty. I doubt it. There's 4 more episodes. There's no way. It's like you're watching a movie and they're like, we got him, you guys, and there's like another hour left, and you're like, we didn't. That's why it's important to never look at how long you have until the end of the movie, because sometimes it'll ruin the movie for you because you're like, they wouldn't possibly add an extra hour to a movie that's already over, surely.
頼むよ。見てよ。すげえ。見てよ。
This is for sure another picture. This is for sure in the picture book.
終わらせて。終わらせて。これでもまだ死ねねえんだよ。こんなにいてるのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
The voice acting on this eats, though. Oh my god, she's gonna do one of those whisper transitions where she's like, by the way, like some crazy shit. Oh no! Oh, sorry, 1 second, you guys. Oh, did Daddy leave you in here with me? How dare he close the door? I know. Here, I'll open it for you. 1 sec, guys. Squirrel hates to see a closed door. She has never seen a closed door in her life that she enjoyed. Huh. At all times, the queen must be given proper entrance and exit from a room. Yes. The empress must have free reign of all rooms at all times. Of course. Of course.
Rosa, お前の痛みを終わらせられる。
今から全て
Pause.
それが我々の心臓。
心臓。
The heel turn of a century. You're not gonna trick me again, bitch. You didn't trick me in the first place. There's no sense in talking to it. You must destroy it. Squirrel. Why are you just doing gymnastics?
お前の願いを聞く。
ありがとう、バトラー。
Man, she's really selling this right now. Hi, sweet girl. Yeah, I gotta read the instant replay because there is a squirrel in front of that.
後ろ身のバトル、今から私があなたを殺
Squirrel.
します。
それで
そしてたった今、この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
He drunk falls off of a cliff.
来いよ。お前の最後の謎。俺が受け取ってやる。
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいてこれからあなたを殺します。
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。それで
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題なのか。
That timer going off right then is crazy. Oh, I like that one. I don't know if I like the implications of that, but... No, come on, Squirrel. Squirrel, you're being entirely too naughty. Max. All we know is that sometime in the fall of 1998, she expires. Now, the only person that we know that has access to this person. Listen, we don't know how you did it, but we know you did it. That was insane. I think Battler wasted is screaming at this guy, trying to unpack what exactly has happened here, and he falls to his death. In the very precise area that Beatrice herself also met her end. That is my theory on that. Okay, now before we go to that very last one, I just want to check the picture box real quick. Okay, so we'd already completed this. This is so crazy. Yep, that's new. This is new. This is kind of nice. I feel like this will be our end. This will be our wind down picture, I think. The just giant bustle on this thing is crazy. You don't really realize how big the bustle on that thing is until, you know, you see it at that angle. Then Hinzo as a dragon is pretty goated. That's pretty cool. I like that one. I think these are all the same. Yeah, the Kinzo as a dragon one was the one we were waiting on. And then this, the well. We're missing the well here. The action poses are so cool. Red shoes and this usual customer. Sounds good. Yeah. No rush on that. It's going to take me a while for my brain to recalibrate after this anyway. This stuff is like a real heavy meal. You know what I mean? You got to really sit down and digest it. You know what I mean? Okay. So we got to see our new pictures or theory streams before going into episode 5. Yeah. I feel like we really need to do, like, what day is today? Today's Monday. So Friday is going to be a theory stream, and then, you know, we'll get back to, we'll make an announcement when we get to episode 5, and then I'll have some nice thumbnails ready. Really? Okay, interesting. Beatrice in the Beatrice mansion. I don't know if I like that.
バトラは情に弱いって分かってたから。
確かにあいつ敵であるベアトにも手加減しかねない雰囲気があったわね。
前回の流れから下手するとベアトに同情しておかしな方向にゲームを流すかもしれないって危惧してたの。エンジェはバトラがゴールを誤解した時に再誘導するための切り札よ。本当はもっとサポートさせてそれから切りたかったんだけどね。いきなり切らされたわ。仕込みに随分かかった駒なのにもったいなかった。
例の名乗っちゃダメルール風にしておいてよかった。あれを設けなかったら兄弟タッグ大活躍で アとはあっという間に飲み込まれてゲームエンドだったわ。
一気に畳みかけるチャンスかと思ったんだけど、あんたのマークがきつくてうまくいかせなかったわ。ああ、もったいない駒だった。
当然でしょ。
Yeah, I don't know that I love the characters of these apathetic lolly
結果
witches.
的にゲーム中断
Not
を阻止する
really
活躍をして
crazy
くれた
about
し、
that, but
それは私にとっても助か
I'm
る。
sure they serve their purpose.
互いの利害が一致する
That's why they
活
rank
躍をして
so
くれ
low
た
for me.
という意味においては本当に素晴らしい駒だったわ。
Yeah, I don't like it.
バトラと同じで単純な子だったから簡単に私の言いなりになってくれたの。駒にするならバカか直情型よね。ああ、本当に惜しい駒だったわ。
その子も今じゃひき肉。ねえ、後で一緒にそれでハンバーグ作りましょうよ。あ、餃子の方が好きだっけ？妹味ってどんな味かしら。笑える。
Yeah, didn't care for that.
あんた、そんな余裕でいいの？エンジェのおかげで。
Anime the moment my parents walk in, but it's just me trying to stream and be like, no, these are... No, guys, I assure you these lollies are essential to the plot.
今回でこれまでのほとんどの謎を解いちゃったんじゃない？
はあ？
Like it's fine to draw like cute younger girls in scenes because like they exist, but I feel like if you draw some shit like that, like you should have a brand on your forehead. You know what? Like just so we know.
ああ、本当にイライラしたわよ。私だったらどれもこれも徹底的に赤で切り返してるわ。
あら、そうだったの？私はてっきりあれらが正解だと思ってたわ。小型爆弾を飲み込ませて云々はさすがにどうかと思ったけど。
バトラの青き真実だって全部が有効になってはい
There
な
we
い
go.
わ。ベアとは第一のゲームにおいて
Yeah, like I'm not sure we needed the Cuddle Fest picture there.
とはっきり明言している。これによりバトラの
Definitely weird, yeah.
密室殺人の犯人は偽装死体を演じた何者かという推理が破られているの。次にボイラー室のカノンは事故死だったろうとしてるけど
It's not a crime, but it's for sure sus.
バッカじゃない。私が赤き宝刀とやらで切ってやるわよ。カノンは事故死ではない。その次の
Really?
客までの源氏たち3人の殺人の時計回りに同時に射殺して死に合ったとかいう相打ち殺人も滑稽だわ。源氏、熊沢、南條は殺人者ではない。最後の
Hey, hold on. Hold on. Hannon did not die in an accident. So, did they rule out the possibility of him intentionally murdering himself? Because that'd be crazy, but I don't think that's the case. Then Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were not killers, but it's possible he didn't commit suicide. Right, that one. That was that one. It's possible there was a trap that shot that into him. Like, he didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't an accident. But he triggered... that one's tough. Cannon not dying. No one on the island could have... No one on the island killed him. No one on the island killed him. It wasn't an accident. And he didn't kill himself. Well, then he must not be dead, I guess, because those are the only options. Then, wait a minute. Cannon didn't die in an accident. Does that mean that's a little too specific? Maybe he was injured in an accident, but then was killed intentionally. Maybe that one's a two-parter. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanja were not killers. That doesn't really mess with any of my... That doesn't really mess with any of my theories. I said Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo, as far as I'm concerned, they're all accomplice-worthy characters in my book. Not necessarily, like, main dude. They're more like henchmen insofar as how I view them. Cannon did not die in an accident. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no human or person on the island could have killed him. I don't know, maybe he's... Does it say for certain he's dead? That's crazy.
夏日を射殺したのはトラップじゃなく、ちゃんと銃を構えて引き金を引いて、しっかり射殺したのよ。ご愁傷様。
Okay, so then I guess he's not dead.
ダメよ。そんなことあたりに。夏日の銃弾を魔法で跳ね返して殺したってことにしてるんだ。
あらあらいけない。そうだったわね。第2のゲームの青き真実だって甘すぎよ。礼拝堂での6人の殺害時、犯人は礼拝堂内にいたわ。あいつ、何でもかんでもトラップ X で説明しようとするわよね。トラップ X って何よ。変なミステリー小説のお約束。使用人室で南條と熊沢が殺された事件のカノンの名前を世襲したとかいうのも滑稽だわ。カノンの名を名乗ることができるのは本人のみ。
Yeah.
異なる人間が名乗ることはできない。
Again, I don't feel like that violates any of mine.
夏日の部屋もローザからマスターキーを借りたという推理もダメダメ。ローザがマスターキーを管理して以降、それらすべては
I feel like some of my theories have been disproven at this point, but not most of
夏日の
them.
部屋を開錠した時にマドラに貸し出した際を除いてね。まだまだ続くけど、ざっと軽く見てもこんな感じかしら。
軽くも何も。あんた、第1と第2のゲームにおけるバトラの青き真実、軒並み否定しちゃったじゃない。
Yeah.
あらあら、なんてこと。バトラがそれを聞いたら、そっとしちゃうわね。
ね、ベアとは全然追い詰められてなんかいないのよ。あの子、やっぱりなかなかの役者だわ。きっと今回のゲームでは一見追い詰められたふりをしてみせて、次のゲームあたりでパサーッと赤で一刀両断にしてバトルをびっくり仰天させる作戦でしょうよ。それできっとまた大笑いしながら言うんだわ。魔女はピンチになんかなりませんって。
じゃあ、あのベアとの追い詰められたみたいな悲壮感は全部演技なの？
そうに決まってるじゃない。あいつ本当に大女優よね。全然追い詰められてなんかいないのに。
Council is here.
最終回顔負けのクライマックス感だったわ。
Girl's cleaning her little
私の
toesies.
助演女優賞は
The
あい
orange
つ
boys
に
are
決
taking
定
little
ね。
nappy naps.
ああ、もちろん主演は私だけどエルンでもいいわよ。
私を殺してみたいなことを言って最後に大きな謎を出したのよ。 それを解かれたら、ベアとは今度こそおしまいの排水の陣じゃないの。
やだ、ベルまで騙されてるの？あんなの排水の陣でもなんでもない。ベアとはね、まだまだどぎつい奥の手を温存してるわ。最後の謎を出すために両腕を突き出した時、右腕だけ下ろしたの気づいてた？
ああ、そういえばあれはそういう意味だったね。
そういうわけ。あの子はまだまだ奥の手を残してる。そして何も謎は解かれちゃいない。それをまるで全て完歩されて次回最終回みたいなテンションにしちゃうなんて。つくづくあの子は演技の天才よ。早くバトルをどん底に叩き落とすところが見てやりたいわ。あの子、前回のゲームの北風と太陽作戦ですっかり味を占めちゃったんじゃない？バトラ、きっとまたベアトに同情してコロッと引っかかるわよ。女の涙は一粒で男を騙せるからね。実に安上がりでお得よね。
I mean, it shouldn't. If you know how the game is played, it shouldn't surprise you that you're being deceived. Now you can choose to be deceived. I feel like that's probably, like, I mean that's a decision you can make, but
もちろんこっちも負けないわよ。ここからバトラと拮抗するくらい
a weird obsession these lollies have with
徹
cannibalism.
底的にサポートするもの。負けないわよ、ベアトは。負けたら素敵な罰ゲームがあるわよってきっちり脅してるもん。
あんたの罰ゲーム、本気でシャレにならないから少し加減した方がいいわよ。
ベルに次に罰ゲームをできるときはこうしようって決めてるのがあるの。聞きたい聞きたい。
嫌よ。
Yeah, but who's the
もう
wolf?
聞いてよ。あのね、ベルの素敵なお城に閉じ込めてあげるの。そのお城は真っ白な純白の城壁に囲まれていて、一辺は 12km、 高さは 10m あるの。魔法とズルは禁止。とても飛び越せないわよね。
14億4000万竜兵。話のうちが読めたからもういいわよ。
そこをね、毎日一粒ずつの宝石で埋めていくの。それで城壁いっぱいに溜まるまでベルを閉じ込めて、その宝石で埋め殺すの。素敵なロマンチックな罰ゲームでしょ。
Wouldn't you just climb over the gems?
1点を5倍にしていいから高さを10分の1にしてくれたら今から閉じ込めてもいいわよ。
ほんと？36億竜兵になるわよ。
No, not
5
math.
以上の期間になるわよ。そんなにも長い間虜になってくれるのね。ベル大好き、愛してる。
This is a torture game right now, in this very moment.
私は2人が永遠に引き分けになるのにかけてる。それで誰かベアとの勝利にはかけてない
And
の？
they knew we'd have to watch it. They were like, I'm gonna put pertinent information in the weird lolly chapter with a bunch of math. Your move.
奇跡の魔女に
They knew what they were doing, those monsters. They always make the lolly characters be the ones that give you, like, the most important information or something like that, so you can't just, like, scrub
絶
through
対
it.
の魔女に絶対ダメって言われるのもお気の毒ね。
このゲームどういう
It's like if I hid all of the stream announcements in a bunch of, like, yaoi
それだけは読
memes.
めないわ。
And I'm like, yeah, you guys are gonna have to read a bunch of these manga panels to figure out what's going on. Yeah.
絶対にゲームを続けさせる。逃がさない。これからどんな風に展開し
Within the pixelated images, you will find all of the stream times. Unbelievable. Well, actually, not unbelievable. Unfortunately, very believable.
どっちもベアとの勝利にかけてないんだもん。つまりベアとが勝ちそうになったら私たち二大魔女を敵に回すことになる。そういうことね。私たちの力に最も均衡するのは引き分けとバトラ有利の中間で均衡している場合なの。ベアと有利に傾きすぎれば私たちは共に同じベクトルに団結してベアとを引きずり戻す。つまりベアと優勢になった瞬間私たち二人をまとめて敵に回すってことよ。ベルンと共闘楽しい。ありがとう。でもコンペイ島のお風呂には一緒に入らないわよ。コンペイ島のシャワーを浴びながら
Again, what is this for?
マシュマロを塗りたくってあげるのに。
What possible need could we have to have these couple of lines of dialogue in here? Is there any reason for this? I can't just scrub through because I don't know what dialogue's important and what is nonsense. Luckily though, you guys watching in the future, you can just scrub through. And you should. I would be perfectly fine with older, more age-appropriate women being deranged.
そういうことよ。あの子は私たちのお人形。私たち二人の望む末路しか用意されてない。
You call me old-fashioned, but I like my deranged women age-appropriate.
繰り返されるか、ベルによってベアトが敗北して滅ぼされるか。
Or elderly, honestly. Let's say these two characters are like Kumasawa's age, and they're like the quintessential like old crone situation. I'm fine with that. I'm down with that. Age-appropriate women or women that are like a strong sneeze away from becoming like dust. I'm fine with that.
奇跡の魔女として宣言するわ。なら私は絶対の魔女として宣言するわ。ベアとは絶対に勝利できない。そして奇跡は絶対に起こらない。
Oh, thank Christ. Oh. We did it, gang. If I see the click-through rates of those being non-existent, or if the click-through rates in those sections are altered from the regular stream, totally understand, you guys. Crazy. Of course. And in fact, if we can, since we're just gonna post the red truths and stuff like that, I could probably put the timestamps to skip that business. But I do worry that putting in the timestamps to skip that business would alert people to the weird business within it anyway. Oh, I wonder if I can just, like maybe put a spoiler screen over it of, like, weird shit happening, but, like really the box. It's such a pain to edit. In an ideal, perfect world, I would just clip out all the shit that's not important, and then just leave the regular information. Nice girl. Hi. Once again, you've been locked in here. I know, Squirrel. How dare someone close the Empress's door? All doors are for the Empress. Just so mad right now. He can't believe that a door would be left closed. Fair enough, because I would demote you. I would demote you for that. You would have a public trial, which would be a mock trial, because I would ultimately wield the verdict. And we would throw tomatoes at you. Depending on the severity of the task, it would begin at tomatoes. To the pillory with you would be what I would say. For shame, I would say. It would ring a bell. True. Yeah, as long as it doesn't get gratuitous, like, I think in, like, the 2010s, the Hostel movies were a pretty good example of that, where it was just, like, gore for the sake of gore. It didn't really advance the plot, and it was just gratuitous violence, and it's just like, okay. Like, now it's just, like, and I get it to a certain extent, like, people want to exercise their craft, like, sometimes, like, yeah, the costume and makeup people want to flex on the fact that they can make a realistic liver explode, and I'm like, that's great and all, but, like, I don't really need that. That's maybe something that could be better used in a different context, but they're like, no, but look how realistic I can make this look, and it's like, oh, nice. Yeah, honestly, the gore, I think that they did a really good job on. They did a really good job on not putting, like, gratuitous gore in the visual novel, and yet they were like, the lolly stuff stays in. It's like, you can tell, like, whoever's, like, here's the thing. It takes a lot of effort to voice act and to illustrate. So the people that are like, nah, can't be cut, it needs to stay in. It's like, we need to isolate who the person is every single time that's like, nope, this stuff is crucial to the plot, actually, in fact, very crucial. And it's like, yo, why is Dave always advocating for the lolly script to be in? You know what I mean? And it's like, we all unanimously agreed exploded head on Henry was a bit much, but he's like, this has gotta stay in. It's actually imperative that not only the characters look like children, but also imperative that we keep these specific lines of dialogue in. They must needs be put into it. It's crucial to the plot. And you're like, Dave, I don't know about that. I think that maybe, like, it's already pretty wordy as is. We're trying to cut at least 5 lines of dialogue here, like, and I mean, they're not really talking about any. He's like, it has to stay in. You're like, somebody check that guy's hard drives, just on the off chance, you know what I mean? Just on the off chance. Just cross our eyes, or dot our I's and cross our T's, as it were. Just in case, right? That's actually a deep cut, by the way, if you know any of my previous dealings. Had some weird characters in my life. Let's see. Okay. We are executing him. He is for sure dead. He is for sure dead. For sure dead. Definitely dead. Definitely dead. She's just kind of grayed out. I don't know if that's how I would constitute poison. I think I would make her green or something, but whatever. How did he die? Probably fell to pieces in bits, I would imagine. So let's just go over here real quick. Okay, so her death is not important, I guess. Okay, none of these people's deaths are important, I imagine. Bop, bop, bop. He's for sure dead. She is for sure dead. He's for sure dead. That's a big hole. Dead. Dead. Okay, so nothing really happens when she gets murdered. So that's clearly still a secret. She seems happy and then unhappy. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go to our tips. Okay. Systems of magic. Grimoire. Beatrice's titles. Regarding witches. Voyagers. Creators. Okay, silly nonsense here, clearly. Oh, nice. I like caramels. Okay, so banknotes, I see. Green tea. Oh, I liked this actually. This was like a pretty interesting thing where it was like, oh yeah, it's about time for us to serve this thing, which is basically like, hey, get the hell out. Sure. This removes from the shelves. Interesting. Not really sure what this business about peanuts involving is. 1/2 has a nub. The part with the nub is the grandpa because the leaves look like a mustache. Interesting. Ah, I see. Okay, so that was the little game they were playing. Ushiromiya. Interesting. Okay. I see. This is the thing that I missed in the, at the very bottom, in the dungeon, or whatever, when he was, talking about all the tropes and stuff like that. Completely missed that. That was the little combini noise. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, back to our picture box. Which one did we say we were going to end on? I think it was this one. Or was it definitely not that one? Actually pisses me off that that's even there. Or Killing the Dragon is pretty tough. Yeah, I think that's the one we ended up on. Hanzo's Dragon goes so hard. Okay, here we go. Alright, so that is episode 4. We got a couple of theories jotted down. Over the next couple of days, Kaz and I will tidy up the ones that don't work, and then I'll figure out which ones didn't work, given the new red truths that we learned, and I will form new theories on those. Then our next stream, let's see, my week this week is pretty crazy. So we probably won't do a bonus stream this week. I know you guys are very sad about that. But we will be doing some book club stuff either Wednesday or Thursday. But I'll let you guys know. I'll make an announcement in the Discord which day we're doing that. Probably Wednesday. I think we can do that. And then on Friday we'll have a theory stream. Is that correct, Kaza? And Saturday will just be just normal business as usual, you guys. But if you haven't already, I recommend joining the Discord. We do all sorts of extra stuff for a stream, like posting theories and memes and just generally interacting far more than I have time to do streaming specifically. I am still working on doing that nature outdoor reaction for the upcoming Nature Chick channel on Twitch and YouTube. But I'm having some like file issues and just like basic time management issues, I guess. Still working on finalizing the audiobook for Where the Feedback Ends and finishing the paperback on that. I've just had some stuff come up. So I already told you guys about the new sponsor, Debbie, which is pretty cool. I think, honestly, if I hadn't had that extra caffeine, probably wouldn't have made it to, like, 4:30 in the morning, which is crazy. That's so much later than we usually stream. But worked out just fine. I am going to definitely destroy a light English breakfast. And then probably pick back up tomorrow and see where else we can do. I still need to go through all the memes you guys sent in during the stream and categorize those and see whether or not any of them are worthy of some level ups. But as far as I know, I think that's all the announcements, you guys. Stream Plant's doing good. And You guys got lots of kitty cat interactions this one. This one was a good kitty cat stream. So saved you guys lots of those fine familiar channel points. So that was good. Anyway, that's our stream for the evening. I have been Riley Byrd, and I will see you guys on the next one. Keep a lookout for the delayed thumbnail for this video. I will be putting that out probably tomorrow, actually. Probably tomorrow I'll drop that, but thank you all. I will see you guys